Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gee, thanks, Windows. You know, I missed the part where I reactivated those Windows noises. Gee, missed that part. Thanks for doing that for me. I really appreciate it. You know, the time where I muted it and left it that way must have been confusing. It must have been confusing. I don't know if you guys heard the Windows noise there just a second ago. I mean, you know, who would get confused by that? I had it muted and I kept it muted for a reason, but now they just keep coming back on. That's good. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Good? Bad? Yeah, it does that. You know, I really appreciate it. Just screwing up my, you know, super professional webcast here or something. No, maybe not. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What's the ETA of launch EST? What? What? We are 8, 9, 10, 11. We're about 4 hours out, actually. At least we know you're really not AI. Oh, yeah, yeah. Did you hear about Edge stealing Chrome page data? I'd believe it. Yeah, I know, Poison, right? Are you sure you don't want Microsoft's Edge browser? Yeah. Bonjour, monsieur. Très bonjour. Ha 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 ha. Bonjour, monsieur Bond. Ha ha ha. Wait, I don't know. Hello. Yeah, we got, it's 10:53 for the launch. 10:53. This is the SpaceX Crew 8 launch coverage. I thought you went live with that NASA. Oh. Yeah, 10:53 is our launch date and time. Now...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, 2020, what's up, man? I hope everything is well. Made some big moves lately. No, I'm not moved out yet. Hope all is well. Huh. Big moves are big moves. Thanks for the tier 3 of 57. I appreciate it. I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Where is the NASA space flight? No, we could go straight to NASA. NSF is live for what it's worth, but this is what we want right here. All right, we're gonna tee into NASA's coverage here, and we will go from there. Who are broadcasting in 4K? That's pretty sweet. All right, what do we got here? Do I see I got nominated? For what? Crew is doing suit up right now. Best live event commentary channel, NSF Lab Padre, What About It, Launchpad, Everyday Astronaut, Spaceflight Now. Best rising live event commentary? Jessica Kerr, Space Junkie, Whitney, and me. Rising? Wait. Rising? I've been doing this for a decade, man. Rising? The hell is this? No, that's cool. I don't know what that is, but all right, sweet. You're breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking. Rising? I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. It was based off number of average viewers. Oh man, the launch is going tonight. I don't think I'll manage to stay. Got the flu bad. Dude, Laserman, if you had what I had, holy balls, dude. It killed me for like an entire month. January sucked for me. It was terrible. Rising, we peaked it. I was going to say, Who's late to the party? Them or me? I don't know.
Discovery, go
Hey,
and
whatever.
throttle
I
up.
guess the word's getting out, though. I guess the word's getting out, boys and girls, because of NSF. It's probably because of NSF. You know that. You know what? You know what, man? That's fine. Vin, you're an average viewer. Are you an average in height? How do I measure? You know how I measure myself against other streamers? By height. Yep. True story. Anyway. Yeah, I measure by height. I don't know. You. What I'm trying to ask is how high are you right now? Oh boy. And we pivot. Oh wow, what the heck's with the interlaced picture? Look, what are you broadcasting in? I'm confused. What's with the interlacing on the helmets? Guys.
Let's introduce you to our last
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, let's key in their audio, make sure it's good.
Alexandra Grabenkin, mission specialist,
Grabenkin.
also a first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering
Irkutsk.
Institute in 2002, majoring in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University
Jeez,
of
Laser, feel better, man.
Communications
Hey,
and
Lily.
Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted into the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and will serve as flight engineer while on board the space station. We're getting a close-up view of him right there. Visors up, so I believe his pressure check was also completed.
Yep, yeah, so Alexander is in one of the newer groups of the cosmonaut classes.
Oh, they got Raja doing commentary again. That's Rajachari right there. I'll shut up.
Via Soyuz. Alexander will be heading up via Dragon, so continuing to learn from him and work with one another.
And so right now, we talked about this a little bit before, but for those who might be joining us for this broadcast and
hey,
they
guy.
weren't with us yesterday, so right now, it seems like they have some downtime here and they're kind of hanging out. And why is that, Raja?
So they build in time, so the whole purpose of this, what we're seeing right now in the suit up room, is to leak check the suits. They'll do it again when they get inside the Dragon, but if there's a problem then it can have the potential to have delays to the launch, whereas here they have all the equipment. You can see there's a lot of people, it's easy to move around, so anything that doesn't pass on the suit leak checks, they have the ability to fix it. And so because of that, they build in the assumption of a failed leak check when they build the timeline for this. Maddie there, who's the one with the iPad, has almost like a quarterback has the cuff checklist on her left hand there, so she's got the timeline and then is running everything. But yeah, they build in extra time so that if they did have to fix a part, swap a component, they would have time to do that now. And so in the case where it looks like everyone's suit leak check passed on the first attempt, then you've got a little bit of time left to just relax a little bit, get on cooling. So right now they're in umbilicals. They're not on the mobile cooling units yet. I can't tell actually.
I don't see it, yeah.
But so right now this is a good chance to kind of get their met rates down, get their core body temperature down, because once they get outside in the hot, humid Florida
Discovery,
air
go and throttle up.
in a suit, it can get warm fast. So
sure.
this lets them cool off.
Hey, serious.
It's also a chance for them to catch up with these SpaceX folks you're seeing
missed
here,
it, Bandit.
1134, and then I can't see his number, but Rick on the far end. There's lots of different families the astronauts work with. There's obviously their families, their loved ones. There's a SpaceX family. There's a mission control family. There's an ISS family, and so every one of those families is special. They've been working with these people for about 18 to 24 months, and specifically, Rick, Maddie, and Haley are ones they see a lot. And then
This is a shot actually of the astronaut support person, right? So wearing number 21, the one is covered there, but number 21, that is Denise Burnham. And she is a NASA astronaut candidate, graduating actually in 2 days. And what's her role here?
Yeah, so Denise is what we call the ASP, which is the astronaut support person. In the shuttle era, they used to call it the Cape Crusaders, but essentially it's the person that is the eyes and ears of the crew as they're setting up in the final stages for the launch. So she's been in quarantine with them. And in the shuttle era, it would involve being the only other person besides the crew that would go inside and configure switches. What Denise will do, has been doing this whole time in quarantine,
something wrong with
as a schedule
the
shift and
artifacting,
as
dude.
there's different meetings and launch check, like the weather briefs, all those kind of things. If the crew is unable to make those things as they're schedule shifting, she is covering all that. The other you'll see the very public thing she'll do later on is call from the phone on the pad. But the thing you won't see when they cut the feed here is all the little things. So like getting glasses ready. If like someone has a timer, like where exactly on their leg they want the iPad positioned. So all those things seem very little, but after so many sims, you kind of have a scan, we call it a cockpit cross-check, and it's very kind of particular of where you want all those different things, where you want maybe, like I said, like a timer located, as you can see, where you want your watch. And so she's kind of like the expert and knows for each person exactly how they want it configured, to include, you know, Jeanette maybe wants her volume set at whatever on this loop, and having all that preset, so when they get into the Dragon, things are ready to go.
And
okay, so I didn't want to interrupt Rajat because that's really, really cool commentary. With the Astronaut Insight is where you learn a lot. So we got 4 members going up to the ISS today. Matthew Dominic, Jeanette Epps, who's right there, Michael Barrett, and Grebenkin from the Russian space program. International crews for an international space station. Of course, it's 3 Americans and a Russian, but hey, that's good too. Right now, they're, like as Roger was saying, they're doing fill and leak checks, and it looks like everybody's check was good. So they're just hanging out right now. Where they are is they're at Kennedy Space Center. They're in the operations and checkout building, which is a little bit of a drive away from like the VAB. It's a little ways south. This is the suit up room where basically every NASA astronaut that's launched, and actually every astronaut that's launched from American soil pretty much, with the exception of a few private flights, right? Every NASA astronaut has been through this room since 1967, which is pretty crazy. This is the same suit up room that Neil, Buzz, and Mike checked their suits for Apollo 11 in. It's the same one, which is super freaking cool. 3 Americans and a Russian walk into a bar. No. So it's a pretty iconic place. Oh. I got a drain plug. Bree, I think they're good. From the messages I'm seeing, I think they're all right. They're rotating around, but anyway. Ninjas took over NASA. That's right. I guess I missed something. I assume they scrubbed yesterday. It was too windy. The wind conditions yesterday. You'd think they'd have the original equipment on display somewhere. I'm not sure, but wait, what's Matthew doing?
The Dragon training. So as you're seeing some different shots here, that's the SATA chamber. So you can see Mike and Jeanette suiting up Matt, so practicing all the ops that would go along with that. We use the T-38 as a great analog because it involves, talking to another person, having to work together as a crew, talking to a ground control station. This is the ISS simulator in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, where we spend a lot of time doing space station training for both nominal and off-nominal scenarios. Jeanette's working on some of the science payloads they'll see, so that's part of it, is anticipating what science we're going to be doing on the space station, because that's the whole reason we're there, is to do science. And so being familiar with that before we show up. This is a shot out at Hawthorne, which is where the high-fidelity trainer, also called the Buck, is at, that trains the inside of the Endeavour capsule they'll be in today. And so that's so those are kind of the big elements, but all those things are happening over the 18 to 24 months prior to launch to include robotics training. They'll do spacewalk training, so that's all continuing as well. But
also just learning about each other, right? Like the camaraderie, but also like learning maybe what people like to do, don't like to do, how they respond to things, right?
Exactly, and that's probably the biggest piece of it. There's the technical side of the training, but there's also the soft skills and the team building that happens. And at this point, knowing how to read when someone's stressed or has bandwidth to deal with something if it's an off-nominal situation. So you spend a lot of time in sims kind of debriefing how things went and then trying to adjust going forward. You see some of the other folks in there in the top center of the screen is Shannon Walker and Norm Knight. So Shannon's the deputy chief of the astronaut office, and then Norm's the chief of the flight operations directorate. And so they also have been in quarantine this whole time. To the left of Denise is Pyotr, who was on the space station up with me, spent a year up there, a cosmonaut, and so he's down here with Alexander's, also has been in quarantine with him. And it looks like they are on the mobile cooling units now.
And those mobile cooling units are those blue boxes that we see tethered to them, right?
They are, yep. They're very similar technology to what was used early in the space program. It's kind of rebuilt on the inside, but this, it was a good concept then. It's still a good concept now, but that allows them to continue to get cooling as they go, as they start walking out and go on to the Teslas.
You can tell everyone that Raja is very knowledgeable. And so we are inviting you to challenge him with your questions over the next 4.5 hours. Jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch and send in your question with the hashtag #AskNASA. We look forward to hearing from you and answering as many questions as we can live. We got some good ones yesterday.
Yeah, let's see if we can come up with any stumpers.
And one other programming note. So right now, you'll notice that Raja and I...
So right now, what they're doing is suit checks. But it seems like everybody's suit check is good, so they're in kind of a plan hold. You see we got a little bit of time here before they get going, but they're just kind of waiting right now. Should go ask some questions. I am the questions. I am. Soy un pregunta.
So I should say, so at 4 hours, you heard the voice of...
Oh, here we go.
I'll hold off here. So they're just getting up. You can see what I was talking about before. You can see Mike is hunched over from the helmet weight and the suit weight. Mm-hmm. So at this point, the suits themselves, their gloves their hands are still in the gloves. When you've done the pressure checks, you can see the visors can go up and down. They are allowed to take their hands in and out of the gloves as well because they are going to do another pressure check, and so that's just kind of crew preference if they're getting warm or not. What they generally don't want to have to do is get out of the suit completely because that would then raise some concern of whether the leak check they did, anything could change. Mm-hmm. The other thing they're doing now is, we talked about a little bit yesterday, there's some Velcro tabs and hooks underneath different parts of the suit, and so those allow them to basically make it flush so that as they get into the spacecraft, straps don't get caught or cords don't get tangled and anything like that. So it's mostly just a half ergonomic, half just to keep things clean.
And while it looks like they're posing for some photos there in the suit up room,
Discovery, go and throttle.
Why don't we talk a little bit about their day so far before they got in here?
Absolutely, Mason.
So after yesterday's scrub, we talked.
The first leak checks, when you're leaving the ISS, they do it basically right before they press the capsule, right? So pressurize the capsule after they close the docking port. They're doing leak checks all the time. Yeah, basically after every major function. They're going to do a leak check again in like an hour when they get inside the spacecraft. These are pressure suits, yes. They are pressure suit, but they're a flight suit, Panta. These suits are only really designed in case the cabin depressurizes. You really can't go outside with them. Like, they're not an extravehicular activity suit. They are really just designed for going up and coming down, going uphill and downhill. Oh, there's the cards. Shannon Walker is dealing right there.
Training event with the U.S. Navy with the Artemis II crew, practicing and recovering them. So
pressure.
So it looks like she split the deck.
Yep.
She's now dealing. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck, so that he proceeds with good luck. The whole team proceeds with good luck
an ace
through launch and their whole mission. I think he did
Matt,
not lose.
Matt,
So we're redealing.
Matt drew an ace. Uh-oh.
Do you recognize this card game, Raja?
So it can change from crew to crew. So I'm not exactly sure. It looks like maybe they're going high card.
Go and throttle up.
And
I
think Mike won.
And this is really a moment of levity, right? Like before.
Yeah, especially if everything's on timeline. They had the case tonight. They didn't have any suit issues.
Jeanette won that one.
They're ahead on the timeline, so it's actually a nice chance to just
Matt drew an
hang out
ace
and
on the
relax.
first try.
Again,
That's
the people who supported you and worked with you, not just these last few weeks, but really the last 18 to 24 months.
If it is high card, I thought
Go and
it
throttle up.
looked like he lost, but
Well, you
like
can
you
tell by the fact he's laughing, which is not unusual for Matt.
He won again.
I think at this point they're just having some fun.
Oh.
Looks like it's down to just Shannon and Matt.
traditions are important, right?
They are, and like I said, I think it's really. I know Norm, Joe, and Shannon are all.
Dude, he won!
passionate about
Oh
making
no,
sure that
he
they
won
are in quarantine
again!
all the time.
He had a
for,
face
for all
card.
these missions. I had the chance with the
He had a
scrub
face card again.
to meet with the administrator staff.
Oh, there we go. He finally lost.
Yeah,
Holy
the amount
crap.
of support and vigilance
Dude, he
that
just
goes
won
in
like
human space
20
flights,
times in a
both
row.
impressive and warranted.
Yeah, and it looks like he lost, but there were cheers. It's a very counterintuitive, but the idea is a really nice one, and again, a nice moment for the crew to do something with each other before they.
Shannon Walker already flew. No, she was on what was it? Crew. She was on Crew 1, if I'm remembering right. Yeah.
Yesterday, since it would
I
been
know she's
reported
flown on Dragon before.
around that patch on the wall back there, and then you can see the stickers.
Yeah, Matt, you
out
gotta
just
go
kinda
right to
off
Vegas,
the left,
dude.
that are the stickers of the previous crews, the signatures of them around there.
They're playing cards because they play cards until the commander loses, so so he uses up all his luck. That's what you want. You want the commander to. You don't want him to be lucky, right? So you gotta use up all. You want to. That's what they were saying.
That's why you see all this number of patches that Raja mentioned,
8.
and then there's all their signatures.
All right.
Discovery,
Also
go and
patches
throttle up.
line the outer rim of the doors that they will soon walk out of. That's
Yeah.
scheduled for
Hey, Dwarf
T-minus
Man.
3 hours and
40
20
months.
minutes. So still a little bit to go.
Rest
You
of
can
the
see a lot
astronauts
more
isolate-
patches, a
isolated
lot more
crew.
history
Whoever
coming
has
out
a
that
mask
door,
on
like you
is-
mentioned
has
earlier,
isolated
Megan.
with
Been
the
doing
crew
that
of
since
us.
Apollo 7, walking out that door, and so
Yeah,
if,
Shannon flew on Crew 1,
if you ever get the
which
chance
they could
to go
lower.
out there, you'll see shuttle patches
And Mike Hopkins.
and yeah, a long lineage of patches. And there's a wider view of the folks that are waiting for the walkout.
And when we get a live shot, we're going to see 3 Teslas lined up. And we will have
Those are all
Matt
missions.
and Mike, commander and pilot. They'll get into the second Tesla,
missions
and
that
then
went
we
out
will
O
have the
and
mission
C.
specialist in the last Tesla. So this is a gathering of media that are here to cover the crew walkout,
Discovery, go and
obviously,
throttle
but
up.
also
Face when you
family
know
and
what
friends.
you do with
Select
these
family
people.
and friends, though.
Yeah, and you can tell there's kind of like 3
Yo.
rows, if you will. So the aftmost one is the people who haven't been in any kind of quarantine,
Discovery,
the
go and throttle
general
up.
public press. That intermediate one is extended
61
family
months, dude. You
who
got
maybe
your
weren't
worm.
able to go into
That's
hard
awesome.
quarantine.
Thank you.
And then the furthest up one, closest to the crew, are the immediate family who've been in quarantine with them.
Bree and I watched Dune yesterday. It was a thing. Dune was a thing. WD-40 was there with the NASA social off screen, right? Yeah, he's down there. I didn't have a chance to set up the stream because I've been busy. I haven't been hell diving yet. Yeah. 2 caviar. We saw 2 at so Boston has an Alamo Draft House. So we went there. Alamo Draft House is the way to see movies. Let me say, 75% Delta. Yeah. I've been watching since I graduated high school. Damn, Eddie. Thanks for the support all this time. It's downtown, Joe. It's in the seaport.
That's a question.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
That suit. Your suit?
I'm
assuming the crew suit.
I'm assuming you're talking about the IV suits.
Yeah, 619. Yep.
So yes and no. So the suits you're seeing in the room they're in, there's no cooling garment in that. So it's basically like a black spandex, like dry fit type material that they're wearing. And there's the shot. You can see Administrator
look.
Nelson he's the one with the jeans with
Good
his
for
back
you.
towards us.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Free is the senior civil servant at NASA. He's in the
Associate
Melroy.
Administrator of NASA, yeah.
glasses, and then Pam Melroy just to the right of the administrator is the deputy administrator.
Yep.
So they're in. Once the crew comes out, Administrator Nelson will go behind that first stanchion, and then forward of them is where the immediate families will be at.
Yeah, it's always nice to see NASA leadership here supporting, again, this continuation of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, a very successful program that's sending astronauts to the International Space Station really every 6 months
Yeah,
from U.S. soil.
It's pretty impressive. And yeah, to answer the suit question, so in the SpaceX IVC, which stands for in-vehicle suit, there's not a cooling garment. There is airflow, and so it's basically the convection of that airflow that takes heat off the body, and then I mentioned before that the air actually comes out, and so that's what keeps you cool. In the EVA suits, or the extravehicular activity suits that we wear for spacewalks, those do have liquid cooling garments. And so in that case, it's water that's actively going through tubes in the suit and then going through a sublimator to vacuum to chill it. And it just has to do with the workload and the met rate. So in the IV suit, it's not really meant to do a spacewalk. It's meant to be still strapped in and restrained in the seat, because you saw when they were doing those suit checks how their arms and legs kind of puffed out. And so it's not meant to really be mobile. It's just meant to protect you to get home. And so meaning that you're not really working very hard and getting very hot, whereas
Rhino, what's up? Ask EJ. Space junk has often hit the ISS at very high velocity, making dents and holes in certain parts of the ISS. It's not making any holes, it just dents it. Is this a hazard to anyone doing an EVA? Yep. If a piece of space junk hits someone in front of their visor, would it be a big concern? Yes. There are space meteorological reports for a reason, Wild. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Listen to chat. Listen to chat. No, I'm good. I'm good.
It sent me a photo of ours. Ours was send it.
How do you think I gave you the information that I gave you already? What do you think? What do you think I said?
Go at throttle up.
You can stop now. You are officially 3 weeks sober. Good for you, Nova.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Rhino. It's not really about space junk. It's more micrometeorites. It's not space junk hasn't hit the ISS. It's micrometeorite or micrometeorite orbital debris, MMOD for short. That's Jessica Hopkins right there. She's playing patty cake with the kids. Okay. Hell yeah.
It's not just the crew that's having a sleep shift. It's families that have to sleep.
Coder, thank you very much. Laserman gifted too. I appreciate it. Chemistry competition. All right, Rockets. Yep.
The youngest daughter there who's playing with Waddy, as you said, it was her birthday on Thursday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's her birthday on Thursday, sorry.
The person to the right of Waddy, Morgan, has the mask hanging down. So there's a whole team of family support folks in the astronaut office that also help as well, and they just do an amazing job with the coordinating all this. You can imagine, like, keeping track of who can be where and who can get so close to the crew or not close to the crew. So this whole week, actually, she and a team have been helping with extended family, doing events, trying to let everyone be as much a part of this as they can, but also...
No, it's better. Someone better tell Scott Perzinski he went out there for nothing. That was from unfolding and folding the solar panel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It got bound up a little bit, and he sewed it back together.
The important thing is taking care of the families whose loved ones are on the rocket.
102 months. Thank you very much.
So T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes. About 6 minutes until we expect to see the astronauts again, but they will be walking down the hall into an elevator and then out the doors under the sign with their names on it and their mission patch that you see towards the middle of your screen, the back of it. People are actually walking out of those doors right now.
Yeah, so they'll start setting up the cars. You'll see some of the SpaceX folks start coming out. You'll see the flight docs probably come out, so they'll be wearing blue flight suits and head to the aft vehicles. Like we mentioned before, so at this point, Denise, the ASP, is actually helping do all that final configuration for them. So kind of getting things arranged in their pockets, doing some probably coordination with anyone that's out at the pad right now of what state the vehicle's in and things like that. So all that's kind of happening in the background before they come walking out here.
As you can see, we have a camera ready, so we won't miss it.
I really don't want to do it.
And we'll be bringing you that walk live.
Yep. And so for context, you're staring down basically half of the hallway of crew quarters. It goes behind the camera as well, but this view, the suit up room is about halfway down the left-hand side.
3 hours and 30 minutes until
in the far distance, you can see like wooden doors. That's the medical area, and then beyond that are essentially like the hotel, like little hotel rooms, dorm room type things. And then on the right side, there's a conference room along the way. That's where they would have got the weather brief earlier this evening.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but I did
Discovery,
look it
go
up,
with
and I was like, wow, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty large. I
Rhino.
mean, it's maybe half
Hey, Mons,
lodging,
thanks
and
for
the
the good
other
question,
half
dude.
is workspace, conference facilities. You need to have your own washer and dryer, because you can't send your clothes anywhere else. You have to wash it all in quarantine since you can't leave. A pretty sizable set of refrigerators and kitchens because again you have to pack for
That's,
at least
the
14
KFC
days
SWAT
worth of
team
quarantine. So it's kind of like a
Merritt
giant
Island,
camping trip
technically.
where you can't go, you can't leave.
Sizable crowd out here as we take an aerial shot from our flight ops team here at Kennedy.
Yeah, and the other folks you're not seeing
Discovery,
with
go
the
and throttle up.
NASA administrator leadership that are on hand.
What fuel does the ISS use? What do you mean, Cajun? Fuel for what? What are we talking about here? Propulsion? Hypergalls? Actually, technically, unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. The reason why, if that sounds a little bit strange, it's because the Russians they're bringing up the rear with the power and propulsion element. So the Zvezda module, they use the thrusters on board Zvezda, or they have a Soyuz or a Progress behind it, and that boosts the station and maneuvers it as well.
So you have it for that. You have it. Yeah, I think Megan's got the answer for them, and I can talk about what we had for Crew 3.
Yeah, sure. What did you have for the Crew 3?
Well,
There's Bill right
so we actually got to
there.
have two
Good
because
for
we had
you.
which is unusual since we had a pretty
The ISS
significant
need
launch
to be
delay.
refueled. Zvezda can be refueled by a Progress. It's possible. But it's easier to just boost the station with Progress, which is usually what they do.
Yes.
No more questions about food.
I have a banana. That's literally all I have for you. You said ultimate meals. I do just want to talk a little bit about that. Why is it called the ultimate meal?
So we avoid calling it the last meal for obvious reasons because it's not your last meal and it's just your ultimate meal before you leave. And really the difference when that meal from the other meals you have in crew quarters, all of them are made by the staff and everything has to be checked before it can come into the facility since we're in quarantine. But the majority, all the meals are basically everyone's eating the same thing. So they'll make whatever the menu is.
like
That's
that
what everyone
name,
has.
caviar.
But the ultimate meal, basically each crew member can request the specific thing they want, and then they'll make that for that particular meal.
And so for pilot Mike Barrett, his ultimate meal was grilled salmon and veggies. Commander Matt Dominic, he said he'll have whatever Mike's having because he trusts Mike's culinary expertise. Then we have mission specialist
Bunch of American
Jeanette
astronauts,
F.
and
She
we'll talk
asked
about
for butter chicken.
On American rockets
And
from
then
American soil.
Alexander asked for
Thanks,
nothing
man.
special.
Thanks for 82,
Soup,
man. I
meat,
appreciate it.
and veggies.
I'm even more hungry.
All right, we are now looking at 1 minute and 43 seconds away from when we expect to see Crew 8 walking down the hallway. They'll take an elevator
Discovery,
down and
go
then
and
out
throttle
the
up.
ONC
Hey, Stephen
doors
Bowen's
to
there.
this crowd
Cool.
of folks wanting to wish them good luck for their
Jessica
6-month
Hopkins right
mission
there. These are other
to the
astronauts.
International
That's Pam
Space
Melroy.
Station.
Just to the left.
Pam Melroy's the number 2 at NASA. That's Jim Free. He's basically number 3 at NASA. Bill Nelson, number 1, right there. Pam Melroy flew the shuttle a bunch of times. Oh, here we go. Crew's walking. Crew's on the move.
In front, Matt and Mike, commander and pilot, and now we have the mission specialist, Alexander and Jeanette. Applause from folks around them as they walk down the hallway here in crew quarters and are getting inside an elevator, their first few steps before
go.
their big trip to
This is
space.
kind of a cool surprise. I don't know if they got this far yesterday since we didn't cut the feed, but I at least didn't know that there'd be that banner in there when we got in the elevator with all
Yeah,
the
that's
signatures.
fun.
So it's a really cool thing because as soon as the doors close and the camera's on, you can turn around and see all the
Right.
signatures of all the folks that you worked with on that banner, which is
So what they're doing here is they're going down the elevator, and they're going to pop out these doors right here. This is the crew walkout, as they said. Crew walkout is basically getting into the vehicles to take you to the launch pad. They suit up a good distance away because you really want to keep most of your stuff that doesn't have to do with launching the rocket away from the launch pad. So they'll be coming out these doors momentarily. Once again, this is the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, ONC for short. Every single NASA mission that launched people since 1967 has come out of that door right there. Every shuttle mission came out of that door. Every single one of them. A lot of history here. guys. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see this. You don't see this every day.
Now
Which
we are
pad?
expecting the
39A.
crew to walk out in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It doesn't take them that long to get there, right,
Make it a little
Raja? But again,
nicer.
we're sticking to a very strict
Right,
timeline.
everything's got pad built
Keep it
into it,
exactly
and
the
then
same,
it's
dude.
sort of like a funnel. The closer and closer you get to actual launch, there's less ability to have that pad, and so
Here we go.
you
And of
build
course,
that
they
in.
changed
So
the
if there
camera
was a
right when they opened
problem,
the doors.
then you don't have to rush on the end, because as you heard him call it at the very beginning, it's an instantaneous launch window, and that comes out of the fact that the Falcon 9 is fueled on the pad, and if the fuel immediately starts to boil off due to the temperatures. And so unlike some launch vehicles where you can sit there for a while and have launch holds, that's not something you do with the Falcon 9. So at the time it's
So-
got to go. So they build these pads in. Instead of having launch holds, they build this pad in, and that's essentially the equivalent. It gets you the equivalent effect without actually stopping the clock.
Sure. And this is unique to SpaceX.
It is, yep. Yeah.
Well, they already
You
got
said this
further than they
yesterday,
did
but it
last
looks
night,
like we
Kemba.
might be running out of space on.
Yeah,
on
the right hand side of the door frame there is you can see it's the recent SpaceX mission. So I can spot mine easily, but so it's 3 down from the top right. There's 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And yeah, I think we got maybe 2 spots left. Then we got to go below the railing or jump over to the left side. So I'm sure they'll come up with something. Might have to add another
Go
NASA
throttle
meatball
up.
sign on the door.
It's a good problem to
It is,
have,
yeah.
right? With all the space flights
Speed
that are
kills,
happening
2-monther. Thank you.
from here at Kennedy again.
Nice.
Yeah, we
Roger,
talked about
that's cool,
yesterday
man.
was the 5-year anniversary of
awesome.
the Demo 1 mission.
Right.
And so it's kind of mind-boggling when you think about how much has changed.
NASA Twitch is 30 seconds ahead of me. All right. Well, here. It's YouTube. We can actually fast forward for a change. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding.
It's pretty amazing. One where the booster flies itself back. One where we use the capsule. We use the booster. Tonight's a new booster, but this is the 5th time we're using the Endeavour capsule, which is also a record. So just amazing.
Yeah, it's a real testament to what we can accomplish when we put our minds to it. I mean, we created this commercial crew program to partner with commercial companies so that we can do this more frequently and reliable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It has been a partnership from the beginning. One of the things we'll see later tonight, we'll talk about the team in Hawthorne, we'll talk about the team in Houston, but what a lot of folks don't realize is actually a whole other team in a place called Hangar X over on the Cape side that is chock full of NASA engineers from Marshall, from Johnson, from Kennedy, who are looking at the telemetry streams and working with the SpaceX
Soon.
teams on the status of the launch vehicle.
As you can see, our camera is focused in
Podcast
on
speed
the
in advance.
doors
I like that.
out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy, because in less than 30 seconds, we expect Crew
30
8
seconds.
to walk out and greet a crowd of folks here, hoping to wish them well on their trip.
Here we
You
go.
can see some faces behind the window there, so it looks like they're on time.
Jaeger.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here they come. Crew 8 taking their first steps outside before their journey to the International
goosebumps?
Space Station. We
Yeah,
hear
every
some
time.
cheers and
Every
waving.
time.
From
That's
left
awesome.
to right, let me introduce you. We
the
have
best
mission
part.
specialist Alexander
Well, the launch is the
Gulbenkian.
best part.
Then we have pilot Michael Barrett, commander Matt Dominic, and mission specialist Jeanette Epps. They're walking now to greet family and friends who came specifically for them. They have assigned spots with assigned stanchions of people.
Exactly, yeah. So what you'll see is that they won't go any further down towards where the administrator is standing, so that's as close as they'll get to them since they have been in quarantine, and then their families, the immediate families, are staying behind the stanchions there. Then once they get in the vehicles, the families have been quarantined when we come up to the windows.
Send it, baby.
Nice big wave for the
Oh, yeah,
camera from Alexander there. Now we have a shot of Michael. Do you recognize, are those his kids there? Or?
Well, he's the ones he's right in front of right now are the
About time for a
administrator.
tooth.
You can see the administrator
Oh, yep.
Nelson. I think he's went to talk to them. He's going back by his kids. Yeah.
Because I know he has adult children.
He does. Yep. Yeah. Mike's kids are adults. I think I can see Steve and his wife.
How long
and I
do they
think his adult
quarantine?
kids are behind Steve and the.
Actually, Satanic, that's a really good question. It's usually about 2 weeks. 2 weeks out before the launch. They start quarantining. And I actually got asked this question a lot during COVID when when DM2 launched and then Crew 1, Crew 2, those launches during like the nutso parts of the pandemic, people always like, everyone's like, oh, they're wearing masks. I'm like, dude, they've always worn masks. They've been wearing masks for 50 years. You know why? The first mission, or actually the last mission before they started using the operations and checkout building and coming up with quarantine protocols, etc., etc. So this would be Apollo 7, which launched in 1967. Somebody had a cold, and then they launched. One of the astronauts got it, and dude, one of the guys had a head cold up in space. Now, just think about that. Like, it's like, okay, you got a runny nose in space. Think about how much that would actually suck. Like, that would be awful. Post-nasal drip in space would be just no. Dude, the crew got sick up in space and they were like, I hate everything. And they're like, we need you to do the mission. They're like, dude, stop. Can you imagine how much that would be, like how bad post-nasal drip would be in microgravity? That would be awful. It would be terrible. So since then, they've been wearing masks in quarantine. Like, you could look at footage from the shuttle in the 90s, 80s. They still were quarantining. Because of that, you don't want to get sick right before you go into space. Especially going into space for as long as they're going to go. They're going to be up there for 6 months. That would be awful.
Their shoulders and head.
And so the folks who are at the cars right now, they've been in quarantine.
Exactly. Yep. Those are the
Matt's
there's other
family right
extended
there.
family, but those can't actually come up to the window because they haven't been in hard quarantine the whole time.
Looks like Matt's wife is.
Yep.
And the two daughters. Waddy's
Bowen
taking a
right
picture
there.
of them with Matt in the car there.
So yeah, good question.
So it looks like Mike's adult children were able to go to the front of the car, just not up to the window. You can see his wife's over there by the window, which is pretty standard. Again, only the folks that are actually in quarantine getting that close enough to actually talk to the crew with the windows down.
You know, since we did see that Matt has younger children, I know you had younger children when you flew. How did you prepare them for this moment, or how was that moment with them?
It's interesting. I think each family kind of
Roll out,
deals
baby.
with
Here we
their own
go.
way. So we talked a lot about it before and during.
Yay, Space 8.
And now we can see the crew is departing from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, beginning their 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A.
Let's fly.
In the words of their license plates, yay space. Now, we
I
again
know
want
what
to
you're talking
invite
about,
those
Foss.
who are watching to participate by
Always have the
asking
dash cam,
Raja
guys,
a question
remember.
here as we see the convoy hang a right. Again,
Hello.
they're going to be driving through Kennedy Space Center. Just hop on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X.
What's up, bro?
Send your question, hashtag AskNASA, and we will answer as many as we can. And as they begin their
I'll be right
drive
back,
out,
guys.
it's usually less than 20 minutes. But as we begin the drive, let's again hear from Commander Matt Dominic. Again, first space flight, but he has more than 1,600 flight hours and 61 combat missions as a naval aviator.
I am most excited for the future of spaceflight for an inflection point that I feel is coming. If you look at the history of civilization and various inflection points, you know, things just kind of take off. I am NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, commander, NASA's SpaceX Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. I was the oldest of two brothers. I had two parents that were amazing in that they encouraged my curiosity. Growing up there in the Rockies and the outdoors, there were so many things to go and do and see. I've always wanted to explore and satiate my curiosity for the world around me. And so I just kept pushing throughout my life. I joined the Navy because I wanted to fly airplanes, I wanted to go fast, I wanted to test airplanes. And so astronaut for me was just the next logical step in life to keep going and keep exploring and keep pushing myself further in terms of intellectual curiosity about the world around me. I've been at NASA now for about 6 years, and I'm super excited to fly in space. Working and training with Crew 8 is absolutely awesome. We have a diverse group of academic and intellectual backgrounds that come together, and also an international component. It is such a blast to watch the crew grow as we started training over time, to watch that team dynamics develop as we get ready to launch. We're starting to see what makes each other tick, what's important to each other. I view Crew 8 like an Olympic torchbearer. That's where I see Crew 8. We are a torchbearer on that path to the Olympics that are going to occur in the future as we move humanity forward. We're going up there to relieve Crew 7, Crew 9 will relieve us, and we are keeping the flame of space, human presence in low Earth orbit, alive. If you're a studier of science or statistics, you know that you always want to have a big N, and that just means sample size, to understand the thing you're studying. So just launching 1 or 2 or 10 or 15 people to space leaves you with a very small sample size. So every time we launch 4 more people to space, we're building our sample size and our understanding of the human body and the things that happen to it in a zero gravity environment. That sets us up to go to the moon. It sets us up to go to Mars. Many folks think of NASA and they think we're using crazy cutting-edge technology and all kinds of adjectives and superlatives to make space work. There's no smoke and mirrors, there's no magic. It is just hard work through the laws of physics and basic material science to get us into orbit. That's the magic. We are part of a massive team of people that need to continue continuous human presence in low Earth orbit and not letting that flame go out. We are line soldiers on the ground marching to make sure that this continues. And just being a small part of that and continuing that is what's important.
The Crew 8 convoy continues their drive across Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. It will be the 3rd launch to space for the pilot of Crew 8. Michael Barrett has previously flown on Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. Here's more on the doctor from League City, Texas.
The ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. I'm NASA astronaut Mike Barrett, pilot of the Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Vancouver, Washington, in the southwest part of the state. Grew up around the city of Camas, a very small town in a farming community, and we had about 80 acres or so. We raised sheep and cattle, and it was a really great upbringing. There was plenty of the natural world around us to really be fascinating. And I had interest sparked in astronomy and oceanography and photography. I built telescopes in high school, and I had this commanding dark sky out there. It was really quite magnificent. And I went through these phases of only wanting to be an oceanographer or only wanting to be an astronomer. And all this with the backdrop of always having to fix things and get up and take care of animals and a certain amount of discipline, which I probably didn't appreciate so much at the time, but I certainly do now. The combination of those demands for living and an interest in natural sciences, I think, partly what led me to where I am today. I came to Johnson Space Center in 1991, and I've never left, except when I left the planet a couple times. But I spent 9 years as a NASA flight surgeon, and I would say that is absolutely one of the dream jobs at NASA. I think my passion is the human in space, how we adapt, how we prepare for space, how we rehab when we come back, and how our physiology changes. And so that job allows you to dabble in all of those things and be among the last of the people who see the crew before they launch, the first who see them when they land, and to talk to them every day. That was an amazing experience. And I was very, very lucky to transition to the astronaut corps in the year 2000. The last time I was on the International Space Station was in 2011. I was fortunate to fly the last flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery, and she was a magnificent station at the time. And we actually put the permanent multipurpose module into place, and we kind of considered the station complete at that time. And again, it was not small. Since that time, she's actually grown quite a bit. So what I expect to find is the core of the station that I left, that I loved so much, that I spent over 200 days on, plus some new modules, some new research capabilities, and I think as important as anything, new docking ports for new generation spacecraft. What I remember most fondly from my first mission was looking out the window and just hanging out with my shipmates at the galley table at the end of a long workday. My personal goal is really to see my crew become part of it, help build it, and have us all come down so much better than we were. If we do that and we've executed our mission and we're fatigued, tired, but giddy with success, that's what I'm looking for.
Mikey, that's cool, man. Anytime the
The
astronauts
Crew 8
talk
convoy
about their,
now passing Kennedy's iconic vehicle.
anytime the astronauts talk about their resume and stuff, I always feel I'm like, you know what, man? I made my bed today, so there's the VAB on the left, press side on the right.
Launch in September of next year, and it'll send 4 astronauts around the moon.
And amazing efforts going. As I mentioned, that's where the chief of the astronaut office is now, is working with the Artemis II crew on recovery, and we'll be stacking the Orion on top of the SLS there in no time at all. It's going to fly by, and they'll be sending humans around the moon for the first time in a long time.
There's the VAB there. You see the big meatball on the left hand of your screen.
What's the project for this mission? This is an ISS crew rotation mission, London.
On a dry day when you're flying here in a T-38, when you hit the west coast of Florida,
Yeah,
you can
so
actually
we
see it.
gotta
If it's
figure out how
clear
to
and
do
dry, you can actually see the VAB from the west coast of the
I do that
peninsula.
with you,
Because
dude.
it's
You'd
the
probably
biggest
be
thing.
better at it than
It's
me.
so massive.
Yeah. And we have a former technical intelligence officer for the CIA and U.S. patent holder flying with Crew 8. Here's more on mission specialist Jeanette Epps.
I'm sorry.
What I love about space exploration is finding out new things, learning new things we never thought we would learn in my lifetime. My name is Jeanette Epps. I am a mission specialist for the NASA SpaceX Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station. I am from Syracuse, New York, where it's very cold. I am one of 7 children. My twin sister, Janet, yes, Janet and Jeanette, we both loved science as kids. Janet went on to become a molecular cell biologist, and I became an aerospace engineer. I think I always secretly wanted to become an astronaut. I just never thought that it was something that was obtainable. In 2008, a friend of mine, Leland Melvin, called me and said that they were accepting applications for the next class. I thought it was my last chance to apply, and so I did. June 2009, I received a phone call from Peggy Whitson, and she asked if I wanted to join the astronaut corps. It was very overwhelming and emotional for me to actually get that call and be selected. Prior to coming to NASA, I worked for Ford Motor Company, and then I went on to work for the Central Intelligence Agency. At both of those places, I learned to be very deep in technical matters, but then also how to become operational.
Yes!
Our mission will entail getting on the vehicle, flying to the space station, taking care of the International Space Station, and then we'll also conduct experiments. Each individual will be an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure out countermeasures for the human body so that it can live longer and longer outside the Earth's protection. Not only will we be an experiment, but we'll have other experiments on board that we'll conduct. The experiments that we conduct hopefully will get the human body and other things to the moon, and then from the moon to Mars. I will be the GEM specialist, which is the Japanese experiment module. I may get a chance to operate their robotic arm to help them with experiments that they'll do outside of the space station. Since this will be my first trip to the International Space Station, I'm looking forward to viewing the Earth from an amazing vantage point, but also experiencing all the nuances that go along with that. As we walk to the launch pad, as we're strapped into the vehicle, the things that I believe I'll be feeling: unbelief, surrealism, but also joy. And then once we go into orbit, just to see the Earth from that vantage point, and then thinking of ways that we're gonna work on the space station that's gonna help our home that we're now untethered to. When I get to the space station, I'm expecting that it will be like home. We've trained so much here on Earth in the mock-up that looks just like the International Space Station. The biggest thing I'll have to do is adapt to space during the first 2 weeks of being there, and then I'll settle into home.
See what I mean about feeling really insignificant after they tell their life story? You're just like, wow, I suck. Damn. I gotta try harder. Wow. All right. I made my bed. You know, like, I took the trash out today. You know, like, so there's that. You know.
Это новые лекарства,
Just
новые
putting it out there.
какие-то открытия, которые связаны именно, скажем так, здоровьем людей, то есть обследования, которые там возможны. Я Александр Гребенкин, я являюсь специалистом полета миссии Crew-8 на Международную космическую станцию. Целей несколько. Основная из этих целей — это, конечно же, та научно-прикладная работа, которая будет выполняться с использованием различного оборудования, с использованием различных укладок. Это, конечно же, задачи, связанные с обслуживанием, своевременным ремонтом и дооснащением систем Международной космической станции. Это очень действительно важно, потому что космонавтика, она в первую очередь приносит пользу именно здесь, как бы это ни казалось странным, на Земле. В условиях микрогравитации они позволяют открывать новые горизонты, разрабатывать новые препараты. Это все используется впоследствии здесь, на Земле. Есть даже сведения о том, что некоторые заболевания, которые раньше ожидание увидеть нашу красавицу Землю с высоты орбитального полета, и то, что я задумал много-много лет назад, пока буду осторожен в высказываниях, штатно мы услышим заветный лифт-офф и подъем, и окажемся на станции, и будем, самое главное...
You are seeing live images now of Crew 8's convoy.
And the first thing that they're going to do is drive right past the altar, heading down the ramp and out the door. No, the first thing that the crew is going to do is actually pull up to a porta potty. Hey man, it's a long flight. Just saying. It's a long flight. You're gonna be sitting there for a little while while they fuel the vehicle and stuff. You might want to take care of that now. I'm serious. That's what they're doing right now. Like, I'll unpause this. You'll hear Megan Cruz, the announcer, say the first thing they're gonna do is use the restroom. No, you gotta go take a dump before you fly into space. You gotta be light. That's the name of the game, dude. Jeez.
Maximum absorbency garments, which is a fancy acronym for a diaper, but yeah, this is the last chance to not use a diaper.
Told you.
And you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience of traveling to space. Just check out our Crew 5 astronauts as they explain how you can get a virtual guest passport.
Oh, I thought she was going to say something different.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor to the Crew 5 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020? I do. Do you have James Webb? Sure do. Do you have Crew 5?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. And we love being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register. I missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones.
So, how long is the flight, Bryn? It's not necessarily that it's a long flight. There's a little bit of hyperbole on my part. So, the thing is that they're going to be waiting for a little while inside of the spaceship. Well, they fuel up the spaceship and they arm the launch escape system, retract the crew access arm, etc., etc. It's going to be a little while before you have access to a toilet. Now, that doesn't mean that there is not a toilet on board Dragon. It's just you would really have a hard time using that when the rocket's flying up into space. Yeah, that's the end of that. The toilet becomes available when the captain switches off the fasten seatbelt sign. That happens when you're up on orbit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You're picking up when I'm laying down. You're gonna have a hard time. Hey, Young Food, what's up, man? So, dude, I always cover this every time there's a crew mission. It gets asked a lot. Yes, as Raji just said a second ago, they're wearing diapers. How does the toilet work? Vacuum cleaner. It gets asked every time. I'm just clearing the air, okay? A very, very gentle vacuum cleaner, okay? That's how it do. Okay? All right? Somebody combined a toilet and a vacuum cleaner, and there you go. It's not a Dyson, that's for sure. That would be weird, you know? Hey, Tintin, what's up, man? 12-month resub, 1 year. I appreciate it. Yeah. Just
different crew.
That's it. I'm just leaving it at that.
On their legs
sucks.
and on their suits. in terms of whether it's on a card or whether they put notes in
It's
the
above
iPad
the door.
that they have on.
It's above the
and so this is also the
ingress-egress
time to
hatch.
kind of,
King.
any of these free moments you have are times are sort of
Actually, no,
going through
I
that
think it might be
mental
below
rehearsal or kind of configuring things, making sure your
forget.
notes are where you want them.
I have to go look.
Right.
So it's always nice to
New
be a little
toilet
bit ahead,
by Hoover.
as opposed to feeling rushed to have that stuff set up.
Klavik, I probably made it a little ways through it last night, but yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to do after this. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm probably about maybe 30 to 40 minutes in of Derek's rebuild on that straight 6, just on a side note. 300s are great engines for what it's worth, but yeah, I want to watch the whole thing. I don't want to miss a second of that.
Launch tower, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, and it's mainly driven by
zoomed in over here, not zoomed in. Get us fast forwarded. Japanese bidet level tech. Oh yeah, Runis, this is like next level. This works in microgravity, dude.
Inside the crew access arm in the White Room, which is the room that's at the end of the crew access arm just before they get into the Dragon spacecraft. I mean, they're going to see that it's tight.
Yeah, and and the reason it's tight was partially just because you're on the top of a giant tower, but also because it's essentially a clean room. They call it the White Room, which harkens back to original days of spaceflight, the terminology that was used then. But it's basically it is a mobile clean room, so you can see all that black plastic and rubber. Those are seals, and so it is. And then you can see the air hose running into the cabin. So it is not hot and humid in there like it is outside that area.
Pressure in
and
there.
so they're temperature controlling it, humidity controlling it, but most importantly, what we call foreign object debris controlling
It's a 300
that,
inline
because even
6 show,
something
it's not a Windsor
like a
engine.
human hair across that hatch could keep it from
nice
sealing.
electron.
So
All right,
you'll see
cool, yeah,
that's
we'll
why
watch it.
they wear those black ninja outfits. They'll have the masks and everything on to keep anything. They'll have booties on. You can see that white square thing before the hatch is sticky material, so that catches any lints, little pieces of pebbles or whatever that might have been picked up as they go from the elevator, but the crew will have booties on their boots until they get to the outside the crew access arm and then take those off and they go through the clean room, but that catches anything else. And then you can see there's like a little piece of Kapton tape over the hatch seal, so everything is protected to maintain the integrity of that hatch. And here they are coming to take a look at the rocket.
That's right. There's Matt and Mike
Here we go.
walking over to get a good look at their ride to space.
And like we mentioned, it's hard to see because the helmet's heavy and not really melt to tilt backwards, so you got to kind of lean back.
Yeah.
And you can see he's bracing his chin, trying to tilt the helmet up.
Taking a nice long look.
And as you mentioned, the capsule is being used for the 5th time, but a brand new booster. And SpaceX
One
has
more recline back.
pioneered the reuse of both the booster and the capsule, so pretty amazing.
I wouldn't.
With the
I would want to make
Yep,
sure I'm
5th time Dragon, 1st time Falcon 9 today.
That's weird.
And now here they are. They're getting into an elevator that will take them up
Here we go.
the launch tower.
So that's FOD critical area, foreign object debris. You don't want to track any lint, as Roger was saying, into the spacecraft. That could jam up your ventilation systems. Bad idea.
See, the bottom floor is Earth. And where they'll be going to is space.
makes it very easy to know which button you have to push.
Yeah.
So
There, huh?
these buttons, the fixed surface structure is not 235 stories. No, this is your, believe it or not, this is your number in feet. I know. Someone's going to tell me that metric's better because, you guys don't understand that that elevator's been there for a while, but it's all good. It's all good. That's feet off the launch pad deck. So it's feet relative to basically where the bottom of the vehicle is. That's what those numbers indicate. They're not 235 stories up in the air. They're 235 feet off the top of the launch pad.
Well, like I mentioned, so 21, like we mentioned before, that's Denise who's the ASP. It's a little harder to tell that now that everyone's got the hoods on.
That's why the numbers are probably really
Exactly,
important.
yep.
All right, so we have Matt and Mike walking up, like you said, a set of stairs. That'll bring them to the final level where they'll connect.
Correct.
To the
Yep. And those yellow chevrons you see on the ground, if they have to egress, they don't actually have to go back down those stairs. They're slide wires that go from the top of the tower down to the ground. And so those chevrons are meant that if there's bad visual conditions, you can look down and know which way to go.
So they'll
Keep the
be
dream
walking
alive, Zuna,
against it to get into the crew access
Correct.
arm.
Appreciate it.
But if there were an emergency,
Jeanette and
they'd be
Alexander are
going
gonna
with
take
the
a peek
chevron.
there.
Right, you can see over their right shoulder
Go
is
throttle
the
up.
access arm, and then you can
Back.
see Alexander and Jeanette down at the bottom of the elevator getting their time and their chance to take a look at the rocket.
The rocket recline, and then we saw some waves from Alexander.
And it's kind of a cool view with all.
Why do they have hoods? Birch, it's a FOD critical area. It's the same thing. You don't want somebody's hair falling out and, you know, or dust or lint or whatever. You want to minimize the amount of debris that goes inside of the spacecraft. That's why it says FOD critical area. You know, dust and stuff is really bad in space. It can short things out. You can clog life support systems with it. You know, don't get me wrong. It's not that the thing can't handle it, right? It's that you're minimizing your odds of a curveball happening during the mission. That's all. The thing can obviously take it. It'll be fine. But wouldn't you rather it will be fine rather than it'll probably be fine, right? Yeah, that's one of those things. You're mitigating risk doing that. You don't need somebody like hawking a loogie inside of the spacecraft and that floating around, right? You don't want that. That would be, first of all, gross. Second of all, huge contamination. We don't want that. You want to minimize that as much as possible. That's why they all look like ninjas.
Call
So
to their family before they actually
Yep.
go into the
They're gonna make
crew access arm.
yeah, the mission specialists are about to catch up right now with, there you go.
There's a phone line here attached right here up at the top, and that's when you can make your departure calls to your family there.
Super.
That's a fire alarm, if anybody's wondering. It's just a regular fire alarm.
The gloves, it's hard to actually, probably a high likelihood of misdialing, trying to dial a phone.
And this is an
Doritos
opportunity
are
maybe to call
much to know. You don't want
some
that.
of the
That'd be
folks that
awful.
you did just see at
Hey,
Crew
like,
Walkout
Lord,
and say,
thanks for
hey,
the
I made
bits,
it.
man.
Right, it
But
could
also
be-
others,
yeah,
right?
it
Kind
could be
of
that.
feet, Sasquatch
It could be
feet,
people that maybe.
the British feet. If we really want to know. Actually, you know, like Mavsha, that's actually good that you mentioned that. A lot of the food that they eat up there, I'm like, don't get me wrong, they have regular food, but a lot of the types of food that they eat is up there to minimize. Like they purposely don't have, you know, stuff that makes crumbs on purpose. So like instead of like bread or dough or like anything that's gonna make a lot of crumbs, they eat like sandwiches on tortillas, because tortillas don't make as many crumbs, right, as like a loaf of bread would. So there are some like swappable things. Like they're trying to minimize FOD as much as possible. There's Matt and Mike jonesing, man. They're jonesing. You can tell they're ready to go. Now what they're gonna do here is they're gonna unzip the glove and they're gonna sign the NASA logo over here. On the inside of the crew access arm here, you have the NASA and the X logo. Any NASA astronauts that launch on Dragon will sign their names over here. So you have every single crew. So you have DM2, crew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here. And Matt is the commander of crew 8. And he's going to put his signature on there too with the 3 crewmates. Now, the X logo on the other side are all the private astronauts that SpaceX has moved up into space. So Inspiration 4, Axiom 1, 2, and 3 are over there. Really, really cool. That's a lot of names. That's a lot of names on there for the past, let's see, DM2 was in May of 2020, 4 years. Look at all the people they've launched. That doesn't suck. And remember, eyes on the prize, everybody. That's what this is about. More people into space in less time. Let's go. And not only that, but doing it and making it look simple. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
We've been doing in the last few years,
And
2020.
Look at all the names.
Representation of the
That's a
partnership,
lot of
too, right?
people.
You can see the
That's a lot of
public and the
people for
private
4
right next
years.
to each other. And
Considering when Bob and Doug flew on DM2, there hadn't been anybody launched in the last 9. That's crazy. That's a lot of people.
to make it all happen.
So what's happening now?
Starliner should
Fog
happen
check?
a little later this year, Deathy. Actually, probably in late spring.
Hands back in the gloves, so they took their hands out to sign. It's crew preference on whether you want to ingress with your hands in your gloves or not. So it looks like they both are electing to
We'll
put
go
them back
sometime.
in their gloves now. So that's what they're doing now, is redoing that. And then, like we talked about before, once Mike gets his back in
Look at
there,
all the
they'll
signatures.
re-verify visually that it's
It's
a good.
fantastic.
The zipper's closed. Maddie there, who's got the white cuff checklist on, number 11, is also watching the time all the time, and keeping them.
SpaceX is nowhere near moving as many people as Apollo in the Space Shuttle Victory. You got to remember, from STS-5 all the way to STS-134, almost every shuttle flight was a 7-person launch. That's 125 missions times 7, more or less. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. SpaceX has some catching up to do. No, there's no doubt in my mind that eventually they'll get up there. I'm not sure, Natch, to be honest with you, but yeah.
Yes.
All right, ingress, here we go.
And like I mentioned, they've got their
Commander is getting into the spacecraft now.
Also, the last thing before they go across that piece.
Two mission
Jeanette
specialists
and Alexander.
ingressing
Yep,
into the
Jeanette
crew
and
access
Alexander,
arm.
Jeanette Epps, Alexander Grabenkin are 2 mission specialists for Crew 8, walking across the crew access arm.
That's awesome.
About to join their crewmates in Dragon. You saw some waves, thumbs up. They're chatting as they make their way across the crew access arm.
They'll do the signing of the meatball here while the other two are getting strapped in.
Yeah, I did see that. That Commander's supposed to burn up all the bad luck. Yeah, he kept winning. I don't know what to think about that.
Just ingressed into Dragon.
There you go.
This crew is moving.
It's better to be ahead than behind, that's
exactly.
for sure.
Damn right.
So that's Alexander signing right there. And now Jeanette.
And you can see, like you alluded to earlier, like why they don't all 4 try to get in at the same time. In microgravity, it's easy to do because you've got the vertical and 3-dimensional space you can use when you're not constrained by 1G. But if you're on the ground trying to have 4 people and the suit techs and the hatch techs, all those people all in the same spot, it gets pretty crowded.
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right, Flep? Can you believe
7, 8. There's 8 people either in the capsule. At least 8 people, either in the capsule or in the White Room right now.
Okay.
So as you said, removing their boot coverings, essentially.
Probably 3rd week of March, Ruinus, if I had to
Walking
guess.
on that
There's a
sticky
wet dress
tape to
rehearsal
grab
tonight,
anything
too.
off of the soles of their shoes before they ingress as well.
Yep, you can see the techs are making sure their helmet is protected on the way in, just so you don't accidentally bump either the hatch seal or damage the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here.
How big of a space are we talking about? Can you give us an idea for how wide it is in their Dragon?
Inside the Dragon?
Yep.
So it's, I mean, you can see that the 4 seats across, and then below the seats it gets a little wider. So it's wide enough that you can lay head to foot pretty comfortably. You can probably fit 2 people down there. And then it narrows as it goes up. So above the displays that Mike's using right now, you could probably fit 1 person laying horizontally. So it's actually pretty comfortable.
Actually, Dragon is configured for 7 passengers if needed, right?
Right. The original outer mold line design was built so where you see the cargo bags underneath Mike and Matt's feet, that at one point early in the design was considered for extra seats. That wasn't. That's not what it's certified for now, but that was originally part of the original concept. You can see number 22. Those products I was talking about earlier that each crew runs a little differently. Some have what we call like lineup cards. Some use the iPad. Some maybe have wave for Matt
waving,
there.
yeah. Finding the camera, he sees us. Thumbs up. I think that's for you, Raja. From a turtle to another turtle.
That's why the first thing they did when they got to the pad was use the restroom. Yeah, we got a Starship wet dress rehearsal courtesy of our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, and we have NASA's coverage of Crew 8 over here. There's a lot going on tonight. We got some good eats. This is great, man. This is fantastic. I love it. keep it coming, please.
And then, yeah, you're seeing that they're helping. You can see a good view of Alexander's thing. It's a
I don't know about
rotary knob that those 5 straps
hey,
go
Chaos,
into.
what's up? Target-rich environment.
And it looks like on Mike's
Target-rich environment?
right leg, that's where the umbilical will be connected to, right?
Right, they're all connected right now. You can see it on Jeanette's, all their right legs. You can see it's
third week of March.
connected. So at some point, I would assume they'll start doing comm checks. They can probably hear each other at this point, we might guess, depending on whether the ground's configured yet.
So what they're going to do, configure the radios. They're going to do a suit leak check and go from there. Now, that's not like as quickly as, oh, this is good. The radio works. All right, bye. They're going to communicate through three avenues here. Ground loop, tracking ground station, and then NASA's tracking data and relay. They're going to try to get them through the satellites, through the ground stations when they launch, and then through the ground loop, just to make sure that all avenues of communication are up and running. You'll hear those tests coming here once everybody's strapped in. Now, if you're familiar with auto racing, right? If you like racing like your boy does, SpaceX has 5-point harnesses. Those are straight up 5-point harnesses from a dragster. If you're familiar, SpaceX uses stuff off the shelf. Like take a peek at Alexander's over there. It's just a 5-point harness. I always thought that was really cool. If you're a car nut, those are definitely dragster 5 points. That's absolutely what those are. Hey, WD-40. Oh, man. What's going on? Sorry I missed you, dude. It's been a busy day for me. If it does the job, yeah, why not, right, Uncommoner? I always thought that was really cool. SpaceX put their X logo on it, but those are definitely 5-point harnesses. Oh, here we go.
And we have that up there. There's still some concerns. Again, flight through precipitation, anvil cloud rule. Explain what those rules are, Raja, and why we do have to keep a close eye on launch weather.
Sure, yeah. So the flight through precipitation is just kind of the physics of a vehicle going really fast. If you imagine driving in your car at 25 miles per hour.
Dragon SpaceX, loud and clear from Hawthorne. How you doing?
There's a ground loop.
We're almost strapped in. We'll get you a real time check here in a minute. Copy.
So you heard that call out. They're getting ready for comm checks. That was just
They're just saying they're in their seats. Yep.
So real quickly, obviously.
So yeah, so the flight through precep is just the speed, at that speed with the rain hitting the structure of the rocket, the concern that it causes structural damage. And then the anvil clouds is...
SpaceX, field D for ground check.
Pilot, loud and clear. How me?
Lima Charlie 2, good to be with you guys tonight.
View there is MCCX and Hawthorne.
Use well, Mike.
And the anvil cloud rule is essentially thunder clouds, is when we talk about anvil clouds. And so the concern there is lightning, also potentially hail that can be in the uplift part of the anvil. As the air circulates, the nasty stuff usually gets pushed up higher. So avoiding flying through that is usually something we try to do.
But again, improving trends, 85% go here at the launch site, and also improving trends along the ascent corridor. So teams are growing even more optimistic that today we will see Crew 8 launch to the International Space
64,
Station.
is that around 15C? It's the Postal 64 is closer to like 16 or 17, I think. But yeah, that's actually kind of cold for Florida. To be honest, that's a little bit on the cold side down there. Where I'm from, 15C is a heat wave. That's t-shirt weather, dude. That's hoodie weather for them down there. But yeah, anvil cloud and flight through precipitation. Basically, there's precipitation in the clouds. You don't want to fly through that humidity. That's bad. Raindrops, if you're going fast enough, can deflect, right? That's not good. That you don't want that happening to your spacecraft. Spacecraft aren't very waterproof. I mean, Dragon kind of is, but the waterproof part you want to happen later when it splashes down into the water. There we go. Giving the thumbs.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go, my guy, right from the commander. There we go. No, it's not, Mark. No, we don't want that. All right, they're going to close the hatch, and they're going to do a leak check, a seal check on the hatch here in a second. The other one is anvils. Yeah, anvil clouds are clouds that are charged. You don't want to fly your rocket with very, very sensitive electronics.
Discovery,
through
go
that.
at throttle up.
That would be bad. You don't want to fly through that. Could you? Like, okay, I'll be very clear. Could you fly through that? And could it be okay? Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm pretty sure it could make it. But pretty sure doesn't fly very well in this business. Don't do that. So if you don't have to launch in a thunderstorm, don't. That's why we have these flight rules. Yep. Note the 4 mission patches on the, I was about to say the A-pillar on the capsule, but that's definitely not what that is. There's 4 patches. This is the 5th reuse for this capsule. Which is, hey, all right. I mean, it's not the 39 missions that Discovery flew, but hey, I'll take 5. That's fine. That's good with me, man. I was about to say A-pillar, Mark. That's not what that is at all. I was like, hey, he's the driver, right? Like, Mike's the pilot. Why not? Like, A-pillar. But it's definitely not that.
Alexandra Grebenkin.
Just try SCE to auxiliary. Yep, exactly. So we have Alexander Grebenkin, Michael Barrett, Matthew Dominic, and Jeanette Epps into the spacecraft, suited down. Once again, they're going to do comm checks, and then they will close the hatch, if I'm remembering how all this works.
The hatch for closure and start working all the white room ops. There you can see it there.
Oh,
and
nice
then, as you
camera.
mentioned,
On
so
a
they're getting ready
gimbal,
for comm
too.
checks, which probably Mike and Matt were doing on the displays there. We're configuring the different seats. You can set up different relative volumes between different loops. So kind of like if you were talking to me. And
Jeanette Epps is my new favorite astronaut because she worked for FIRD and then the CIA and then just decided to become an astronaut after that. Like, whatever. Her sister's just a molecular biologist. My sister works in an insurance office. That's cool too, I guess. All right. Moving from Ford to the CIA is a wild career change. Yeah, can you imagine the moxie you need to parry a job at Ford to a job at the Central Intelligence Agency and then into an astronaut? Yeah, okay, all right. I do commentary for NASA spaceflight from time to time. Like, okay. Yeah, she can, London, and she has. Yeah, that's right.
Local comm check. And next up is seat rotation. Report when ready for that.
All right. Nice, Bree.
Ready for rotation. Copy, standby 1.
So you mentioned that was the umbilical comm check, meaning they'll still have to do what's called RF comm checks later, which we'll hear later on.
Yeah, there's different kinds of comms, right?
Exactly.
Ground stations, TDRS.
Different pathways, exactly.
Yep.
So they're getting ready to rotate the seats.
Right ascendant.
So what the crew's probably talking about now is making sure they have all their...
I call this the beam me up Scotty moment. Watch this. So the seats are rotated basically so they're in the orientation that a regular chair would be in, right? But the front of the spacecraft's that way. So the seats are rotated down. They're going to step into the seats, and then the seats will rotate up, which is super cool.
Did that. But it wouldn't be the best to be in this position for launch.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Here we go. Beam me up, Scotty. I know that's 2 different TNG. I get it. TNG is not.
If they were to
US,
stay in that same position they're at now, as the vehicle goes up, the force of the acceleration,
this ain't sci-fi, man.
Gravity
This is really
vector
happening right
and
now.
the acceleration vector will pull the blood down towards the bottom of the capsule. So in the position they had been in, that would pull the blood out of their brain. So very similar to when fighter pilots fly and do G-strains to keep the conscious, it would be the same thing. And to avoid doing that, since this is a much longer ascent, it's a multi-minute thing, we rotate them onto their backs, and that way, when that acceleration vector pulls the blood down, it's still staying in their head. It's mostly staying in their chest and head, which is a much more sustainable, basically, body position to have.
Yeah, basically, you're saying that if they were to stay in the position that they were in, they could pass out.
Yeah, they definitely would pass out. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that. That would be
How much
bad.
G-force are you experiencing?
Dragon SpaceX, we see 4 seats in the launch position.
That's awesome, man.
How much of the force are you seeing at launch?
And with that, you go for section 2, suit leak check prep.
Suit leak checks. What was that?
All right.
It's about 4 to 5 Gs, Megan and peak, and it builds right before first stage cutoff and second stage ignition, and then the second stage kind of builds slowly from about 2 to 5 Gs by the time the second engine cuts off. So about 5 Gs peak.
Wow. And so what you just heard on the mission audio loops again is that they are confirming, they have confirmed that the seats have been rotated into the launch position, and now they are getting ready for suit leak checks, which again, you saw them do that in the suit up room. So this should look familiar to you. It's just now that they're in Dragon, they're testing it here. And as you can see, visors are down, they're all ready.
Exactly, and the reason we're having to redo it is you saw them open the gloves up before. Presumably, they did have to use the restroom. They would have to open up the bottom part of the torso zippers. And so since they broke that seal, they now have to recheck it. But what we did rule out by doing the leak checks in the suit room is there's probably nothing mechanically wrong with
Dragon care complete. Ready for leak checks.
Copy, we see it. You're go for section 3.
Okay, go for 3.
The back and forth you're hearing is referring to steps. So there's overall procedure numbers.
They keep the visors not foggy. Death, that's a good question. So they don't just close their suits and check that it's not leaking. The suits have an umbilical. The suits have an air hose. It's basically right here. It's on their thigh, and you could. I don't know if you can see the tubes coming out, but basically you plug it into Dragon. These suits don't have life support on them, dude. The life support is the spacecraft. Actually, the environmental control system is down there. It's behind that pallet that has that that has that yellow and black. It's below the floor right there. They're plugging into that. And they inflate the suits. You can actually see that the suits are inflated. Look at Mike's knees. His knees right there. You can tell it's starting to look like the Michelin Man over here. They're inflating the suits and they're checking. But the environmental control systems are taking a lot of the humidity out. That's how they keep them from fogging over. Right now, this is called the ground closeout crew. That's what the ninjas are with all the baklavas on. Sorry. Baklava is something you eat. Anyway, the ninja caps. What they're doing right there is inspecting the seals on the hatch. You don't want to leak. That would be bad. The hatch is very, very precisely engineered to make sure that it makes a perfect uniform seal. They're inspecting it right now to make sure that there's nothing on it. No fingerprints, no nothing. They pressurize them to 14.7. The suits inflate. They're designed to inflate a little bit. Yeah, I was thinking about food for a second, Victory. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. I haven't had any dinner. So they're doing inspection. Now, why do they do inspection? What's going on here with the seal? Shouldn't the hatch just close? Well, yeah, but they use a vacuum seal inside of it. There's a tube that's inside of the hatch. And you'll see them basically. You'll see them with a mighty vac here, basically pull vacuum into the hatch. There's a. It's like an O-ring almost that goes around the hatch, and there's a groove in it. You can kind of see the groove right there. And basically, what they'll do is they'll pull vacuum, right? And that O-ring will expand into the seal, and then they'll do a leak check on it to make sure that the seal that they pulled to vacuum is not leaking. You don't want the door hatch to leak. That would be bad. Yeah, bad. Bad. Yeah, I would say that would be bad. You don't want it. You don't want leaks. I do not leak. You leak. I'm good, Hibbit.
So you can see he's got like a little lint-free cloth there that he's dabbing at something on the seal.
So the other thing is that if you see a person with an iPad or something, they're not just browsing, X or something, right? The people with the iPads, yep, see number 11 right there? She's taking a picture. What she's doing is documenting every single step of the ground closeout process. Documenting every step. Just in case something goes wrong, everything gets documented. I would advise, if you like taking things apart, you should probably do that. Probably do that. It makes it really easy to go back if you make a mistake and figure out what went wrong here. Now, obviously, you don't want to make a mistake, but being precautionary about it really makes you, now you can be absolutely sure you're not going to. And if something does go wrong, they could see pictures basically of everything as it was right before they closed out the spacecraft, right? So this could be for future fault tree analysis or just documentation. It's good for either one. That's what the person on the iPad's doing. Don't worry, they're not just on the gram all day just going, yep, selfie, me installing people into a spacecraft, post. They're not doing that. I mean, that would get some likes on the gram. I'm not going to lie. That would get some likes. But, yeah, you don't want that. Exactly, Martin, to see you messed up. If you want to be a little bit more candid, that's a way to do it. You're documenting every step. It's done just in case. Just in case. You don't want to make a mistake here. Believe me, that would be a bad idea. And a lot of people that work in spaceflight tell me there's a big rule that kind of everybody goes by. The rule is called don't do stupid. The rule basically entails don't do dumb things when you go to launch somebody into space. Don't do a stupid. Yeah, I've had people that work in the industry tell me that. Yep, don't do stupid. Okay. All right. Yeah, you could also use it for training. That's right. That information is invaluable here. Yeah, so what these guys are doing is they're just checking the seal. That's the vacuum seal on the door. Once again, there's a tube that's in there that they pulled to vacuum, and they want to make sure that it seats correctly in the channel around the door. If it doesn't, well, you have a leak. That's bad. This is bad for the spacecraft. I don't think I need to say why. Then why do stupid in KSP? Because you got to learn. Yeah, ArcSign, exactly. Info could also be used to improve process and procedures. Bingo. Yeah, you don't want outer space to leak in. That's bad for you. And they seem to be hung up on something. They usually don't take this long to do a FOD inspection on the door. But we'll see.
Here.
There you go.
Yeah, Roger.
For someone to ask that on social media, it would have stumped me. But you had it.
Roger, that's the way to put that, I guess.
Forget one
once in a
while.
It's a fun game to try to guess what the acronym means.
And so those satchels on their legs, that's where
Dragon, SpaceX ComCheck.
They're monitoring everything essentially.
Right. So that
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear. That was over the TDRS network. That's the launch configuration. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
Dragon.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's right. That would be an example of doing stupid. You don't want to do
DC
stupid.
loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Mission director.
MD Dragon, loud and clear. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
MD Dragon, Dragon to ground, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
LD! Dragon, loud and clear. We're excited.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, Matt, got you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground.
Launch director. There we go.
Dragon, LD on Dragon ground. Comm check.
LD, Dragon, Frank, we got you loud and clear.
Argo,
LD loud and clear. And Dragon, that'll do it. Launch configuration comm checks complete.
There we go.
So you heard Matt pretty excited to be talking to some of those folks. I mentioned families earlier, and that's just another piece of.
So Argo, how do they handle having to vent human exhaust on the pad? Well, the suits are plugged into the air conditioning. I mean, basically, it's air conditioning in the truest sense of the term. It's the technical term would be the Environmental Control and Life Support System, or ECLS for short. It's down below the floor over there. You're plugged into that, so they're getting fresh air. If you're talking about breath, if you're not talking about breath, well, first thing that they did when they got to the pad was take a dump. Yeah, and then went up into the spacecraft. So, I mean, you're gonna be sitting there for a minute, and the toilet, which is behind this, it's not really usable right now. I wouldn't want to use that when the let's say when the fasten seatbelt sign is on. Like, it's probably gonna get messy. You don't want to do that. So yeah, that was the first thing that they did when they got to the pad, was make sure that they did a leak, and then they did a leak check right after that. Hey, nothing that I said was inaccurate. Anybody out there like, oh, come on, EJ. No, nothing that I said was inaccurate. That was right, okay?
Positions, there's a whole lot of another team of experts that are feeding information up to them.
It's true.
Yeah, it takes a lot of people to send folks to space.
It's super humbling to be the astronaut that just gets to be the tip of the spear that all those folks are supporting, and it's amazing job to be able to do that. And it sounds like Matt and his crew are ready to go and excited.
We are now at 2 hours, 22 minutes from the liftoff of the Falcon 9 from Kennedy.
No, seriously, yeah, no, I got you. I know. I just like having a little bit of fun. First thing that they did to the pad when they went to the pad was go to the bathroom. They do have liquid absorption garments on. NASA doesn't want to say their astronauts are in diapers, so they come up with a cool name to make it not sound like you're wearing a diaper, but they are, just in case. I mean, if it was me, I'd be wanting to go to the bathroom. I'll use a porta potty, or I'll hold it, man. You know, liquid absorption device. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I wouldn't want to admit that to nobody. I'll just hold it, man. You know. Now here, you want to hear a crazy one? You know, Dragon has a toilet on board, right? The space shuttle had a toilet on board. The space shuttle had a whole bathroom inside of it. It was about, I don't know if it was about the size of the one you find on an airplane, but it was pretty close. I've stood inside of a shuttle trainer. I've seen it. It's pretty big. It's spacious for a spacecraft. Now, your perspective could change of the Apollo astronauts that went to the moon, considering that they didn't have the mass for a toilet on the Apollo spacecraft. But they didn't have a toilet. The solution there was a Ziploc bag. Just stating facts. What about the LEM? Ziploc bag. And what was the solution for jettisoning the waste? Open the door and throw it outside. I'm not kidding. That was the solution. Hey, it's dead mass, especially if you're down on the surface of the moon. Nobody's gonna want to look at that when you get back. Open the door, put your spacesuit on, open the door, and throw it outside. That is exactly what they did. I'm not kidding. You can go look this up. I looked it up, and now I really wish I didn't, but yep. So it's still there.
In there, holding their helmets to make sure that nothing gets scratched. So they're pulling off that equipment. And yeah, the side hatch and the side hatch leak checks are the next big technical piece of the timeline. And so because of the importance of that, it's very procedure driven and very intricate, which is why you see one person kind of running the procedure, then other person's checking the procedure is signed off, one person documenting it all. So as all those pieces are coming out, they're basically checking off a list of making sure everything is out of the spacecraft, everything's accounted for.
And so far as we've been monitoring through cameras that we have in the White Room there. Everything looking good? Nominal?
Yeah, everything seems to be looking good. You see there, he's taken the tech that it's right by the door there, was doing one more kind of wipe down of the actual ceiling surface.
So yeah, now all the padding is gone.
Yep.
Yep.
Now, if you've been watching us since we came on air at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz with NASA astronaut Rajachari, who commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission. The two of us are providing audio commentary right now, but we plan to expand our coverage about an hour before launch. We will come on camera and invite additional commentators to walk us through today's launch and ascent. Let's now take another look at the crew going into space today. Commander Matt Dominic, born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, married to Faith Dominic. They have 2 daughters, again, the youngest one.
Maddie.
It was her birthday on Thursday. Matt earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School.
Cool.
He was designated a Naval Aviator in 2007. Made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft, 48 carrier-arrested landings, and 61 combat missions. And this is the commander's first space flight.
And as you heard, he's excited to go.
I made my
definitely
bed
hear the
today.
excitement in his voice doing the ground checks. And then super excited to get to see Matt lead his crew up to the space station.
You know him well.
I do, yes. Matt and I have, I've started together in 2017, so it's been a great journey and always a joy to work with him. He makes every class, every training event
like it, Dink, doesn't it?
fun and
I
always.
just got through saying they weren't doing that.
One of the favorite things he likes to say is so many questions. So he's a bit infamous for always having lots of questions for the instructors, but I think both they and us come away learning something new that we never expected every time.
That's right.
Can't they do these support tech jobs with a robot for safety purposes? I don't know how you'd be more safe with a robot here. I would want somebody putting their eyes on that damn seal to make sure it's good. I would say putting a robot here would actually be less safe. I'd want people there. What's the danger? There's no extra danger putting a person out there versus a robot, especially when the hatch is closed. Now, Macaroon, when we have a fully fueled spacecraft, yeah, I wouldn't. The only place I would want to be near a rocket that's fully fueled is on top of it. You don't want to be around that. That's dangerous, especially when it's fueling. Not necessarily fully fueled. Fully fueled is okay. It's still a little. Where's this launching from? This is Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center Airmen. It's down in Florida. Yep. Same pad that Apollo 11 launched from. Same pad that the first and last space shuttle mission launched from. Yep. This capsule's been used. This will be the 5th flight for this capsule. Yep.
Got some really unique experience with space, and in terms of having been part of the team that assembled the space station, having lived on the space station, and now getting to see it in its in an expanded form. So I think it's going to be really cool for him to get to see how it's grown and how the science has really matured, and it truly is an orbiting national laboratory, and all the research that's going on, which is near and dear to his heart. So it's, I think, a really cool circular journey for him to have started being one of the leading flight med and science researchers at NASA, now an astronaut, and now getting to go actually do the science and add to that. Like I said, he's written the book on space medicine, so he's going to have some more hands-on experience to add another few chapters.
As we continue to monitor the closeout team working to close the side hatch, let's take a look at mission specialist Jeanette Epps. Also a first-time flyer from Syracuse, New York. She was a NASA fellow during graduate school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. And then after that, she joined the CIA for 7 years as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2009. She has a Master of Science and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. And we saw a picture of her twin earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, that was very cool. Just like I had not seen young pictures of Mike, I had not seen a young picture of Jeanette and Janet, which, as she mentioned, if being a twin's not confusing enough, having almost the same names. But yeah, so excited for Jeanette. Like I mentioned before, such a cool background for her. I mean, everything from Ford to the CIA, like it's a true expanse, and I think very analogous to her career here at NASA of having seen different vehicles and having that unique insight and taking that to the space station and her deep technical knowledge and understanding. And as you heard in her video, she's very excited to be part of the scientific research and payloads and experiments going on up there. So it'll be fun to watch her in her element.
And on the far left of your screen, we have Alex.
I can't pilot this submarine. I'm with the CIA. CIA will sit down here.
He is also a first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, where he majored in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio.
Why does she keep saying Irkutsk? It's Irkutsk. That's funny. They don't translate the names right. Now I feel irrelevant. No, you shouldn't feel irrelevant from this, guys. I hear about what these folks do, and I'm like, damn, dude, I'm not doing good enough. I gotta try harder. That fires me up, man. I don't know about you guys. I'm like, wow, she worked at Ford and the CIA, and she's an astronaut. Like, oh man, I'm not working hard enough. Screw that. We gotta fire on all cylinders, man.
Soyuz and the U.S. launch vehicles. And at this point, pretty much what they're doing is kind of going through. You can see kind of how Alexander's eyes are towards the screen that Mike's on. This is kind of the crew's chance. They don't really have any actions with the side hatch closure, so this is their chance to go through the procedures for ascent and kind of talk through those again. So that when they talk internally to the capsule, that doesn't go outside, so they can be having conversations on the intercom that we don't hear and the ground doesn't hear. It's only when they push the button on their hand rest that it goes out. So most likely, as you can see Matt scrolling there, they're going through just all the different scenarios and kind of what we call chair flying it, basically mentally prepping for what's going to come. So when it's later and you don't have time to talk about it, you've done all that now.
Right. Yeah, a lot of things happening in the background, and as we, again, continue to monitor what's happening around Dragon Endeavour right now, we do have another question from social media. This one is Vava on Instagram. How did you get a job at NASA, Raja?
Well, so the first step was apply. So we applied through USA Jobs. And as we mentioned before, the FLYs, which is the 2021 class, is graduating here in a few days. So I would expect we will soon be hiring after that for a new class. So, yeah, the initial step is through USA Jobs. If you go to nasa.gov, or just Google nasa.gov, how to be an astronaut, it actually lists some of the requirements there, but essentially have a master's degree in a STEM field, be a medical doctor, are kind of the academic baseline requirements. And then from there, it's about a 1.5 year long process. You apply initially online. We review those applications and then eventually narrow down the field and do 2 rounds of interviews to eventually select a class that starts ASCAN training.
And I do want to point out, because we do get this question a lot, you know, you don't have to be someone in a STEM background to get a job at NASA. You know, we have a wide variety of jobs that support space exploration. So just because maybe math and science aren't your favorite subjects.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw all those rooms, like I mentioned, and all those people sitting in those control rooms. All the people that work to support the people in those control rooms.
I think, you know, like, Zanku, if anyone is allowed to pull this is an entry-level job, entry-level astronaut job, you need 5 years of experience and a master's degree. I think if anyone could, you know, is going to do that, I think NASA's good. NASA's good for that. I think that's okay. You know, if anyone's going to flex like that, you know, and be like, well, you don't have the experience on your resume. Where's your master's degree? You know, like, I'm pretty sure pretty sure that they can do that.
From that, we can further explore Mars. So Roger, walk us through what's happening in the White Room right now. It looks like they're back to inspecting the seal.
Yep, yeah, so you can see you've got like the high density light out there. And so checking there's two surfaces. There's the capsule side and there's the hatch side, and both of them have seals, so they have to check both of those. And then amongst the seals, there's actually dual seals, a primary and a redundant seal. So it's essentially 4 sets of seals that they're checking.
Wow.
Malone, what's going on to start with Starship? I don't know. Here, let me, boom, check it out. Ready? Oh, we got a wet dress rehearsal going on. Yeah, a lot of action tonight. A lot of action tonight, boys and girls. Hell yeah. I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. So over here, we have Crew 8. They're getting ready to close the hatch here. And then wet dress rehearsal. It does not look like tankage has started on the wet dress rehearsal for Starship Malone. Erudite, maybe. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, so we don't have any action with the wet dress rehearsal. Believe me, if you're here watching it on my end, first of all, thank you very much for watching. Second of all, I'll keep you in the loop. Sorry, I'm giving Jack crap.
In the timeline, the mission timeline, as we count down to liftoff,
CH4 subcooler is going.
the side hatch
When
close is set for T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. So we still have some time.
So about 10 minutes ahead.
Yep. Still have some time to get that done and do it right.
The other thing that's happening is you can't get...
What are these orange, these things right here? What are the orange bags? So if they're orange, they're there for an emergency, dude. Aerospace has somewhat color coordinated stuff. Red means remove it or fire suppression, right? I think they're first aid kits, but that's probably not right. It's something, this isn't in case of an emergency thing. I don't remember off the top of my head what it's for. Respirators, maybe? If I had to guess, it's one of those things. It's one of them, but I don't remember. Yeah, remove before flight, exactly. They're not fire extinguishers, Micah. I think they're respirators in case, I think they're respirators in case of haz gas. So in space flight, hazardous gases. I don't think I need to say what that means. There are chemicals like from the propulsion systems on the spacecraft that if you breathe, you will not breathe after that. So, if I had to guess, it's something like that. This one's going to the ISS Humble. Yep. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. When killed?
Pictures and comparing to old pictures, so kind of exactly like we suspected. Saw a hair, cleaned it off, and then probably photo documenting where the hair was at. And making sure that the act of wiping the hair off with that cloth didn't do any damage or leave any residual oils or anything like that behind. So that's, the other reason they're wearing gloves is just the oils of your skin touching those seals can degrade them.
Again, so meticulous. They have to be so careful.
Well, I would argue, me arguing, I know, yeah, that never happens. I would argue that you don't need to be careful. You're improving your odds of mission success by being careful. Yeah. Yep, there we go. There's hatch close. So what they're going to do is they're going to torque the hatch down. It's a bolt that you torque. Just one bolt torquing it down will close it. And then you inflate the seal. There's a panel behind 39 right there. And the panel has the tightening nut and a pneumatic jack. There's the torque wrench. Yep, see, there's the panel. Hatch is torqued, and now they're going to do a leak check by pulling the seals on the thing down to vacuum. Somebody's going to get the mighty vac out.
Side hatch close.
Dragon.
Yep, that guy is the mighty vac. Now, I know what you might be wondering, just in case anybody's wondering, why do they have numbers? Well, they have numbers so you know who you're talking to. It might be a little bit difficult to discern who is who. You know what I'm saying? Every number is assigned to a job, so you know it's like on a football field. Our football, not your football. You know what I mean? Like in sports. Yep, exactly. Do they use a torque wrench? Yeah, Clayton, that was a torque wrench. That's all it was. Easy peasy. Just a torque wrench.
And that is sort of like the major shifts
real
in
football. No, real football.
What the vehicle is doing,
Our
and that
football,
kind
not
of
your
drives the
football.
main
You know
flight
what I mean?
computers. And then you also heard them say, make sure that they don't have any loose items at this point, and that's because now that the hatch is closed, if you were to drop something now, you'd have to open the hatch to go get it. So it would be not great to, this would not be the time for Mike to get out a pocket snack. So you'll see that at this point, pretty much everything they have is either going to be attached to them with a lanyard or stay on their leg, just so that there's no chance of it falling. And the reason that's a problem is it's not so much a FOD issue or affecting something mechanically in the vehicle. It's more what's called a flail, or if that loose thing were to start flying around the cabin during ascent. Worst case, like if it were to strike a visor or something like that, so
that would be
and
bad.
cause damage. That's under, you asked about G-loading before, so although if you were to drop an iPad on your toe now, it wouldn't hurt under 5 Gs. That would be 5 times the weight, and so it could potentially hurt or damage something.
I mean, most of us can think of it as if we were flying on a commercial plane,
Yeah,
right?
that's right,
And
Psycho. You're not
during
I was thinking
takeoff,
about it.
we're told to stow our belongings.
Right. Yep.
That's what I was just thinking, Psycho. You said it right. Both football numbers mean something. So you could be quarterback or you could be a midfielder. You know what I mean? Depending on your number. And now it just confused a lot of people even more. But yeah, I was actually just thinking about that while you said. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Both footballs, our football, and your football. It could be our footballs together. Sports.
Checking to make sure that now that the hatch is sealed, in theory, if the seal is good, it should be holding, you can add basically what's called positive pressure to the vehicle and make sure that it's not, that value is holding. It takes a little while because you have to account for the effects of the temperature difference. So people who are maybe probably in high school would understand like the gas laws and how pressure, temperature are all related. So you have to account for that and give it time to be thermally stable. But that's essentially what they're doing right now, is making sure that if you add pressure to the vehicle, it's not going to escape somehow.
Got it. So yeah.
What precautions upgrades have been added since Apollo 1? Oh, geez. The biggest one smoked is that they
Discovery, go and throttle up.
They pressurized the cabin with nitrox. So you're looking at a mixture that's similar for scuba divers. Nitrox has nitrogen, not flammable. That's a big one. That's a big one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
That they've reached
Door opens outward, Wolfie. Another good one. Yep. Psycho, 3 months. Keep up the good work. My pleasure. Thank you for the resub, buddy.
sloth. And moments after reaching microgravity, Crew 7's pilot, Andy Mogensen, revealed that his family inspired the toy's selection.
They say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a three-toed sloth, not a two-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
That was Crew 7.
And Raja, this is video of your Cruise Zero-G indicator.
The turtles.
You guys also had a very specific reason for choosing this one, right?
We did, yeah. So ours was a blend of all the parts of our crew. So clearly it's a turtle, since Kayla and I were lucky enough to be turtles in space together. We named it FAO, which is German for turtles, since Matthias Maurer was our ESA astronaut with us. And it's actually specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marshburn, the pilot, their class is called the Peacocks. So it represented a piece of all of us. And you can see we even had a little space helmet for our turtle, so it could do EVAs with us.
Dragon SpaceX.
Otters.
Clock ticking past T-minus 2 hours. We're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
This is normal.
Checking.
Senchuk, how long do they stay up there? 6 months rotation. 6 month rotation right now.
Up, but really quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's basically the system, once there's propellant on the rocket, that if there's any kind of problem that the crew needs to immediately get away from the rocket, that it will propel the Dragon capsule, separate from the F9, and bring it back on its own. So the health checks you talked about, the reason they're giving that heads up, we mentioned the flight computer state that they're watching, and so they're seeing, they're giving that word so that when they see it change to something having to do with the launch escape system, that's a known planned event as opposed to anything wrong with the launch escape system.
Right.
Hey,
So just checking that real quick.
Is there a physical lockout for the launch escape system? No. The launch escape system will lock itself out when it gets disabled on ascent, Talon. So when they launch, guys, they're going to go through a couple of different abort modes. You'll hear the crew call out these abort contingencies at launch. So you'll hear me go, oh, 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha, 2 Bravo, 2 Charlie. Those are... 1 refers to the stage of ascent. So 1 would be first stage. So that's right when it lifts off. That'll be one of the first calls you hear from the crew, 1 Alpha. These are calling abort contingency plans. So think about it. As the rocket gets further and further down range, right? As it gets further and further down range, the place where you would want your rescue teams to be able to get there quicker, right, changes. As it gets further and further down range, when it gets further away from the launch site. If you say your rescue team's at KSC and the thing launches and then 5 minutes later, right, it's like, oh, we have a problem. If your rescue team's still at KSC, right, your rescue team's probably 2,000 to 3,000 miles away. So for the different abort contingencies, there's different rescue teams up the east coast of the United States. So if something does go down, you have a different plan. They call these abort contingency windows during the launch, right? 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, right? That is basically changing the plan up because there might be a quicker rescue team to be able to get there in case of a problem. Now, after the last abort contingency window, basically, when the rocket gets, for the most part, up into space, you're going to get there, the launch escape system will close itself out. The LES will be disabled, and it is a switch. The switch will flip. The computer will throw a switch to the LES to disable it, right? It'll disable it completely. The only way it can be re-enabled is if you take the spacecraft apart and a person actually goes and flips that switch back into the open position. That's the only way you can re-enable it, because you do... Think about that. You don't need that firing anytime past your last abort contingency window. That would be a problem. Yeah, right? So lock it out, make sure it stays locked out, make sure it tags itself out, and the only way you can get it to turn back on is if a person takes the spacecraft apart. That's not happening in space, right? So, yeah, there is a lockout for it, but it's not exactly what you think, Talon. It's at the end of the abort contingency windows, which you will hear them call sooner rather than later when they start flying. Don't some of the launch escape systems pop off and fire away? Orion's Launch Abort System, or LAS for short, is a solid rocket booster that does fly away. It'll pop off. In a similar manner, that is a non-reusable launch abort system. Dragon has an ILES, an integrated launch escape system. They're in the form of the thrusters that are actually just outside here. They're just outside of the white room right now on both sides. There's 2 packs. There's 4 packs of 2 Super Draco engines that make up the launch escape system. The launch escape system is reusable, just like the capsule is. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, a little funny.
Time, but yeah, we're all looking forward to Butch and Sunny, who are the primary crew flying the Boeing Starliner, heading up there soon.
Yep, it'll be a crew of 2, as you said,
like
NASA astronauts.
Lead checks are done. See the pneumatic line right there? Is that little thing right there? They're going to unplug that.
Boeing crew flight test. And that flight would move Boeing Starliner spacecraft one step closer to certifying it for regular crewed trips.
Yeah, that's right,
to and
Kalani.
from
That's a good way to look at it.
For NASA's commercial crew program.
They did wet dress
so
rehearsals
while
with
Crew 8
New
is up
Glenn the
there,
other day, Jackery.
That's
did
one
tank
of the
test.
visiting vehicles.
Good side hatch leak check.
Side hatch leak check is confirmed. Now, check this out, guys, here. If I can get the mouse over there and it'll stop thinking that I'm using one monitor when I'm not. That's why it freaks out when I try to change the screen sometimes. Here, let's double box it. Look, Starship is getting tanked, baby. All right. All right. SpaceX is doing a wet dress rehearsal for the IFT-3 flight stack right here. And we got hatch closure on We got hatch closure on Crew 8. They're going to tag it out right there. Next time someone's going to touch that thing once they close it is when the capsule comes back down. Which, yep, here we go. They'll tag it in a second. See, there's a red component to it. If I go back over here, the red component, remove it. Remove before flight. How many SpaceX Ninjas to close a hatch? Well, at least 4.
This is up there and always cutting edge. And then you mentioned, TC showing up there in the next Soyuz. She'll replace Laurel, who'll come back down, and continuing that flow. So Crew 8 will get some overlap with Crew 7, with Laurel and her Soyuz crew, and then quickly they'll be the ones running everything up there along with TC.
And Crew 8 is also going to perform at least 3 spacewalks, looking at the summer, spring time frame. One is going to remove radio frequency hardware, another to prep for the installation of 2 new iROSAs, and then the third to install a new HD camera.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of work out there, a lot of work to be done, and that'll keep them very busy. But I think
hey man, it was the first flight.
Spacewalk training is definitely the hardest physical and mental thing of the training flow for ASCANs and in the astronaut program. But it's also one of the most rewarding things, and definitely we try to do as much as we can in space using robotics or automation. But sometimes, just like if you had something broken on the outside of their house, the only thing you can do is go out there and fix it. So they'll be doing that with the radio frequency hardware. Is an S-band antenna that has been having some problems, and so unfortunately it can't be fixed on orbit, so it has to be brought inside,
it's going to be up
brought
there,
back down on the ground, fixed, and then sent back up.
The Crew 7 Dragon is up there right now. It's been up there for about 6 months. We have about a week overlap between Crew 8 coming up and Crew 7 coming down. And when Crew 7 comes down, they'll be down in a week, give or take, if everything goes right here. And the capsules stay up there with their crews. That's a good thing to test. You really want to make sure that the capsules can be up there for long periods of time, especially if you go to further destinations. Moon, Mars. You want to make sure your spacecraft can stay up there for a good amount of time. This is a really good thing to test. That's why the ISS is so valuable.
Goes apart and add new ones that probably it would be very technically difficult. And so these iROSAs actually go on top of the existing ones. They roll out on top, as that rollout name implies. And it's a pretty ingenious solution. And so most of the spacewalk involves rewiring those new ones into the existing electrical system and then actually physically deploying that rollout system.
Wow. So again, they're on the space station for 6 months, all those visiting vehicles, all those EVAs, and then Crew 8 will also do a lot of science, as we've been saying. One of the main reasons why we have the International Space Stations. They're going to help facilitate research, including whether algae may improve spacecraft life support systems. Many of the research conducted in microgravity have applications here on Earth that improve our everyday lives.
Yeah, and I think that's, at least for me, Megan, the most exciting thing about work on the space station.
Of course, Erudite.
I mean, that's why I became an astronaut to begin with. I mean, there's the exploration piece, but it's really about changing lives here on the planet. And so I think the most exciting research we're doing is things that helps us get to the moon, helps us to get to Mars, but also changes how we live here. So whether it's clean water technology, carbon dioxide scrubbing, both those things, we need them to live on other planets. But more importantly, those are technologies that would change the way humanity lives here on Earth. And so that's, it's so amazing to know that you're a small piece of the program, a small piece of the research that does that. It's really an honor for the astronauts to be able to be a part of that, and knowing that the teams they're supporting is part of the research and science that happens on the space station.
All right. There's the
you can see them removing some more of the parts and pieces that connect the white room and that clean room, so not the hatch.
Is carbon scrubbing effective to do enough on scale? It's a good question, Matt. Yeah, she good. Life support systems are actually one of the more easily scalable things with a spacecraft. Life support systems in avionics. There's other things you need to solve. Plumbing, that's a big one. Thermals, also a very big deal. That could be harder to scale up. especially for like a long duration mission. But life support is actually pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah, you could scale environmental control systems, just like you can put a bigger air conditioner on your house down here. It's similar. Yeah, that's a good question, dude.
Jeanette mentioned in her video.
Yeah, that's kind of hard. What do you do with all that crap? Quite literally, on a 3-month mission to Mars, what do you do with it? You don't want to. Oh, they got the harnesses on. They're gonna pull back the white room seal here, the clean room seal. This piece, they're gonna pull it back in preparation for crew arm retraction. That's why they got the harness on, because you're about to expose about a 220-foot drop down to the pad surface. Yeah, there's nothing below the floor right there but rocket. But yeah. Why is the capsule white? Thermals. Could you just use waste as extra
I'm sure there's many more than
I would probably use it for fertilizer, if anything. I've seen The Martian before, but I don't think so, man.
And they're basically taking off, like I mentioned, taking the seals off. Because again, up until now, this has been a completely sealed-in environment. Now, as they take these seals off, you actually are getting the ambient Florida air into that cavity. But now that the hatch is closed and we know the seal's good, none of that's actually getting inside the spacecraft.
Okay, T-minus 1 hour, 47 minutes and counting. So far, a very smooth, ahead of schedule countdown. Right now, again, as Raja said, you are watching the closeout team on the pad in the White Room, preparing for the crew access arm to retract.
Dragon SpaceX for the big picture post-ingress.
Go ahead.
All right, Crew 8, timeline is ticking down to launch tonight. We've got the side hatch closed and leak checked with some margin. Closeout team is still on the crew arm. I'll give you a further update when they depart. How copy so far?
Copy all.
All right, no significant updates on vehicle and ground systems. Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4 hour brief. Primary watch item is still flight through precipitation further along the ascent corridor, but we're down to a probability of violation of 15%. We've got the meteorologist continuing to track the weather per usual to monitor deviations from the forecast, but it's looking good out there. How copy?
Great news. Great to hear that trending. Thank you.
That's okay. The leak check with some margin just means.
Agree. Great news. That's actually all I had. How y'all doing in there?
Loving life. Hang it out.
All right. And I did get some last-minute words from Rick on the crew training team. He wanted to pass along some advice specifically to you, Matt, to, quote, just don't break anything.
Don't do stupid. Told you.
Copy all. It's your spacecraft. We're going to take good care of it.
Some fun banter back and forth there on the mission audio loops. You were hearing Matt being told not to break anything because right now everything's looking great. No issues with Dragon, Falcon, or the pad. Weather trending
Starship
better again than yesterday. 85% go. They are looking at some rain farther along the ascent corridor, but still looking good for launch. As you can see, 85% go.
Great news, yeah, and the fact that it's trending.
They took the anvil cloud rule out. Anvil cloud rule is just a nice way of saying don't fly through a thunderstorm. It is still raining a little ways up the East Coast, guys. That's what they're worried about. You don't want to fly through that. That would be like sandblasting the spacecraft, but with water. You don't want to take a pressure washer to the outside of a spacecraft. That would be bad. That is bad for it. Pressure washer might be, that might be some nice cleaning footage, but we don't want to do that. It's not good for a spaceship. That's what they're worried about. But as long as if the rain moves away, we should be good. They're just 85% usually means that it's pretty much going to be fine, just in case the weather does something sporadic. But yeah, everything is looking good here. This is ISS mission control over here. That's NASA, and then over there you have the NSF coverage of the Starship wet dress rehearsal. That is the Flight 3 stack. That one isn't launching tonight over here. On the right, not launching. Left window is the thing that's going into space. The one on the right is doing a fueling test on the stack, which could, if the fueling test does go correctly, that could mean a flight very, very, very soon. Here, let's pop back over here, see what's up.
Framework for a commercial low Earth orbit economy where NASA will become just one of many customers. On January 18th of this year, the AX-3 crew launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, which is where Crew 8 is launching from today. The AX-3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing over 30 important research experiments and conducting dozens of outreach activities. Accompanying AX-3 during their stay and currently awaiting Crew 8 is the Expedition 70 crew. When Crew 8 arrives at the space station, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 8, but rather join as Expedition 70 flight engineers. We have a photo of Expedition 70 that is currently on board station and looking forward to the arrival of their new crewmates. Seated in the middle left is International Space Station Expedition Commander and European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Next to him is NASA astronaut Jasmine Moghbeli, seated there. Heading back to the left are Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub, Konstantin Borisov, and Oleg Kononenko. Next is Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and on the far right is NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. NASA's commercial strategy for low Earth orbit will provide the government with safe and reliable services while also supporting an entire commercial ecosystem where NASA will be just one of many customers. To learn more, let's take a look at this video.
Oh, this video. Nice.
Leo.
So that guy, Oleg Kononenko, in the center, that guy is a freaking legend. He helped build the damn space station. He's been flying for a real long time. He helped build the ISS, like that whole thing. Like he was one of the guys that was outside putting this thing together. Freaking legend.
That just weren't possible on Earth. It's taught us more about our planet, physics and biology, and it's preparing humans to travel farther from home than ever before. And as the space station approaches its end of life, America will maintain leadership in LEO by enabling a new era of commercial spaceflight. Through the Commercial LEO Development Program, NASA is working with industry partners to develop the first generation of commercial space destinations. These will be privately owned and operated space facilities, where NASA will be just one of many customers. This new orbital economy will stimulate commerce and usher in the next generation of aerospace engineering, opening the door for scientific discoveries and private astronauts, allowing NASA to continue its critical research in LEO, supporting deep space exploration and bringing those benefits back home to Earth.
T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes from launch.
If they funded it, they should fund Cleod. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Crew access arm. This is how the crew.
What happens when the ISS end of life is reached? Deorbit is what they have planned, Everlast. I personally think that, this is my personal opinion, I think that is an insane idea. I think NASA should sell it to one of these commercial customers and have a commercial entity operate the space station. Anything is better than deorbiting that dang thing. It took a lot of man hours and a damn lot of money to make that. All right? Do anything with it but deorbit it. Please. As a taxpayer, please. Anything but deorbit it. Sell it. I don't care. Do something. Do anything but burn up. Please.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside
come on now.
down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways.
The best I can do, Roger, is 350.
Biological systems reveal surprises.
Museum. I don't care. Whatever. Just anything but deorbit it, please.
Actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
we're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet.
There was from the launch from core right there. Closeout crew has left, and we're looking at B-roll footage. You know, that's cool.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Do it at 23,000, please, next time. I appreciate it. That's the move for... Yeah. Okay, you know what...
So during that video, you might have heard the team...
Pretty much, Bravo.
Over the mission audio loop saying that the closeout team has departed the pad. So now you see them, they're not in the white room any longer. They crossed the crew access arm. They're down one level, and they will be leaving the pad shortly, right?
Yep. Yeah, and all that information they're telling them that is that you can see shadows. I mean, the crew's restraining their seat, and especially once their seats rotate, you can't really see out the window, but you can see movement and stuff outside the windows. So just giving them the situational awareness that they shouldn't be seeing that anymore. If they are seeing movement, that would mean something else is happening with equipment. And it also gives them awareness. So one of the things that we talked about earlier is emergency egress. And so the crew is always kind of keeping track of how many...
No, Emery, this one's going. This one's going. Starship, the big boy. That thing is doing a wet dress rehearsal. What you see on this screen over here, that's... No, this one's flying. Well, I'll get back to you on that one in about an hour and 36 minutes, okay? I'll get back to you on that. Call you back in 2 hours, you know what I mean? Yes, that was a Fifth Element reference. A vague one. But if you got it, man, good for you.
Over Endeavour. Endeavour, of course, is the spacecraft that's flying Crew 8 to the ISS, therefore enabling a continuous human presence on the lab in low Earth orbit.
It's pretty sweet.
The Dragon's tail, of course, in the shape of a number 8. The crew also wanted to highlight the international effort on the station, and that's why you see a world map in the background.
You green?
And also, each Crew 8 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. Here's a few of the things Crew 8 says they're taking up. So we will do left to right. Alexander we have there. Family photos and things that remind him of home. Mike Barrett, the pilot, he said the coolest thing he's taking with him is his crew. But he also plans to fly mementos for people who've inspired and supported him throughout his life, as well as specifically, Raja, hard copy photos of his family. Then we have Matt, Commander. So he said that his dad had the same style watch provided to Apollo astronauts, and his dad recently gifted that watch to him. Whoa. So he will be bringing that up to the space station with him.
Omega Speedmaster, if memory
and then
serves
Jeanette,
me right.
She'll be bringing up a photo of her mom. And for those who don't know this, her mom passed away 5 days after Jeanette was selected to be an astronaut in June 2009. And Jeanette says she wouldn't be here sitting in Dragon Endeavour without her mom's work ethic and the emphasis that she instilled in her, emphasis on education growing up.
Yeah,
Do good in school.
There's not a whole lot of room.
Do good in school. It doesn't matter if you want to be a janitor. Do good in school. It will serve you right. There's no losing there. Do your homework. Trust me on this one. Seriously, do it. You don't have to, it's a small part of your life. Just do it. Just do it. You know, I don't know if there's any kids watching, but just in case there is, do your homework. Trust me on this one. Your parents don't say it just to be annoying. And no, it is annoying. You're not wrong. Do it. Trust me on this. You want to do stuff like this, do your damn homework.
It's nice of you to admit that.
Trust me. Take it
Again,
from someone that
I
didn't.
passed it on to Jasmine as well, so that's probably part of her answer as well.
Never stop learning.
Oh, Jasmine
ever.
McNally, Crew 7. Yeah. Speaking of Jeanette's work ethic, as we were talking about, she's probably one of the most thoroughly cross-trained astronauts in the Corps right now because, again, trained in Soyuz, Starliner, and now
for
Dragon.
staying in school. My
Yeah,
God.
it's, we said
Thanks
Mike
for the
Barrett
5,
has
I
done Shuttle and Soyuz and Dragon, but
hey, whatever, Jackie, that's
unique and definitely not something that all the astronauts are doing. It's a good problem to have this many vehicles to train in, but definitely also a challenge to keep track of that many different systems and different.
Arulatak, every book you read before 20 years old is worth 100 after 40. Arulatak, that's probably one of the smartest things I've ever heard anybody say in chat ever. No joke. I've been doing this for a while. That's real. That's pretty good advice. If you don't learn something new every day, you're doing it wrong. I did say that, didn't I? You see? Hey, consistency. That's key. Oh, he's like, I may have stayed a little too long. Yeah, I think it's serving you pretty well, pal.
Was new boundary
I think you're
breaking
doing okay,
and
man.
Not unprecedented. So this is the fact the program and SpaceX pulled that off together. In and of itself is amazing. And now they're at 5. And so after this, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of analysis, taking a really close look at how the vehicles actually performed over the 5 flights.
You got to do, and airplanes are cool. You're not wrong.
And what the forward steps are, but it's pretty amazing to even. Yeah, like earlier mentioned in the broadcast, like 5 years ago, just the idea of saying, like, oh, it's on its 5th flight. We wouldn't that wouldn't have been in the vernacular. Now it's just talking about it as if it's, oh yeah, of course it's the 5th flight. What else would it be? So it's the impossible has become the common.
Right, and the plan for the commercial crew program is after Endeavour flies on its 5th flight, they'll evaluate.
At what distance from Earth does Earth's gravity stop having an effect when the trajectory is not on orbit, i.e. fly straight up without going into orbit? That would be much more dependent, Con, on how fast you're going, not necessarily distance. Now, why? Okay, so little basic rocket science. This is dipping your feet in the water for rocket science. This is how this works. Rockets range and distance aren't really. I mean, obviously you have a static distance, right? But how far a rocket can go isn't measured in distance. It's measured in acceleration. Speed is key here. That's the name of the game with spaceflight. That's probably why I like it, because I like going fast. All right? Felt like I was on a spaceship. So spaceship. No. So believe it or not, you can hit what's called escape velocity. Right? Escape velocity is when you're going fast enough that Earth ain't gonna hold you back anymore. Now, what's escape velocity around Earth? I think it's like 30,000 miles an hour or something. It's fast. You need to be going very quickly. Keep in mind, you could be accelerating straight up out of the atmosphere and be maybe, 100 miles off the ground. And if you're going fast enough, Earth's gravity ain't going to hold you back anymore. 11 kilometers a second. There you go.
You could have a
Starship wet dress rehearsal over Crew 8. Imagine choosing. That's cringe.
And so that's why a really key vehicle parameter they're always watching is what is the state it is in, because that is what enables different
40,000 kilometers an hour. Thank you, dude.
And Dragon's launch escape system
Con,
is
remember,
powered by...
with spacecraft, you don't measure in distance. If you go to a rocket scientist and say, I want to go 250,000 miles that way, they would look at you funny. If you say, I want to accelerate to 32,000 kilometers an hour, they'd be like, oh, you're going to the moon. All right, sweet. It's all about speed. Speed is key. That's my favorite part. I like going fast. I like race cars and stuff, man. I want to go fast, man.
To automatically fire the Super Draco engines to propel Dragon away from the Falcon 9 rocket at a rate of a half a mile in 7.5 seconds. So really, this system can move the crew away from the rocket if there were an emergency.
Right, and that's one of the biggest improvements to crew safety.
Faster than a speeding bullet, Roger. We're going 4 or 5 times faster than a speeding bullet. Dude, that thing right there, this thing right here wakes a freaking 308 cartridge look like a slug. Not a shotgun slug, like the actual living creature slug. Not, I mean, it's technically a slug, but let's say snail. Snail. All right, cool, good.
We need to accelerate even faster than the rocket and to get away from it.
Right, yeah, good point. This launch escape system can be triggered either while still on the pad, but also during flight.
Right, basically all the way until it's called orbital insertion. It has the ability to be able to safely launch escape from the F9.
Wait, Argo, you've been to Bonneville. I'm jealous. Oh, I'm jealous. Bonneville's cool, man. I will go to that someday. Before I leave this Earth, hopefully it's on that and not the other way. You know, I would love to go to Bonneville sometime. Actually, I went to the Rolex 24. I had a paddock pass to the Rolex 24 a little earlier this year, so I got to walk around the pits and stuff because one of my buddies was a driver in the race. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. It's awesome. But Bonneville, that's on my bucket list. Absolutely.
There's going to be what's called a handover for about 5 days, and then Crew 7 will undock from the ISS no earlier than March 11th. So, Raja, what is this handover period? What happens during that time?
So usually it's about a minimum of 5 days for the new crew to have some overlap or on-the-job training with the outgoing crew. All the crews are already trained when they show up there, but really that handover period is for all the little mini things that are impossible to cover in training, like where do you keep the camera covers? Where's the microphone for that camera? Where did you leave out?
Yorks. There you go.
Every crew maybe organizes the food a little bit differently in terms of how we have breakfast food here and lunch food there, or maybe we break it up by there's meats in this drawer and vegetables in this one.
I don't know what the artifact
it's kind of all
about,
those little day in the life things. And as you heard Mike say earlier, the space stations are constantly changing. Every cargo vehicle that shows up there changes the configuration, and so what you saw in training may not actually be the same in some areas, and so getting those kind of real-time specifics from the crew who's there are pretty important. And then you also side saddle a lot of the tasks, and so just kind of getting their handover on, you saw some of the exercising and the exercise equipment. Some of those things have maintenance you do based on use, and so they can give you that handover.
And one thing specific to this handover with Crew 7, I thought this was interesting. The astronauts are going to be testing new water bottles?
Yeah, so soft water bags that we'll use hopefully on future Dragon launches, potentially as part of the Artemis program as well. And the idea is that the hard plastic water bottles, they're not super efficient to get all the water out, and they take up more room when you pack it down. Whereas a soft water bottle, you can squeeze so you can get all the water out of it. It's a lot easier to compact, and you can refill it potentially. So on the Orion vehicle, that's also a use case as well. So definitely an improvement and trying to always come up with better and more efficient ways, because water, as it turns out, is pretty heavy to take up and down to space. And so as we look towards lunar and Mars missions, the more efficient we can be with that, the better.
So a lot of planning and
I wasn't using the Ziploc, not yet at least. I was going to, I did go outside. I was going to see if it's cloudy. It's cloudy. This thing flies on a northeast trajectory out of the space center. So if it is a clear night and you're anywhere on the East Coast, and I mean anywhere on the East Coast of the U.S., from Florida all the way up to Maine, if it's not cloudy, look out towards the ocean. You'll see it. It'll look like a candle flying across the sky. You'll be able to pick it out over an airplane because airplanes have blinky lights. Strobes. The airplanes have strobes. That's how you could tell if it's an airplane or something flying around in space. Usually stuff flying around in space doesn't have strobes. And when I say usually, I mean that they don't. But, yeah, if you're on the East Coast, if it's a clear night, you should be able to see it.
Crew 3 return mission.
Don't the Russians reach the ISS faster than the Florida launches? Could you achieve this from Florida? Sure. It really comes down to it comes down to what's called spacecraft maturity. Also the launch. The ISS is in a tilted orbit. It's tilted if the point at which the ISS crosses the equator, if you were making an angle out of that, so here's the equator, here's what's called the orbital track of the ISS. The angle that it makes there is called inclination. The ISS is 51.6 degrees inclined. So it doesn't always go over Florida, right? Because the orbit actually stays still and Earth spins underneath it, right? So the ISS doesn't always fly over Florida. It'll stay at that tilt, but if Florida's over here, it'll still keep going in that tilted orbit, right? Now, Soyuz can time it. They time it so, I mean, it does the same thing for the Russians, to be 100% honest with you. It does the same thing. You know, it's not always going to fly right over the Russians' launch site, which is in Kazakhstan. That's Baikonur, right? It's not always going to do that either. So what's the difference then? The difference is, well, the Russians have been flying Soyuz for a lot longer time. It's a lot more mature spacecraft. They've been using it for a long time. They understand how it works. And that's what the key here is. It's not that Dragon is a bad spacecraft because it takes longer to get to the ISS. Arguably, it's better than Soyuz in every way, shape, and form because it's a lot newer. I'm sure if they made a new capsule, it'd be, you know, better, right? Soyuz was designed in the 60s. However, because Dragon hasn't flown as much, there's less flight data. It's not as mature of a spacecraft as Soyuz is by a long shot. Soyuz has been launched a lot. Let's just say a lot and leave it at that. They can afford to fly on a smaller launch corridor. Maybe someday Dragon will be able to do it. It'd be nice to take a 45-minute trip up to the ISS. Maybe someday. But orbital mechanics like that tilt make it so even if your spacecraft is mature, it might change the transit time. It's just really the timing of the mission. But Florida has to be inside of what's called the orbital track. Now, what does that mean here? Here, let me get you a little model here. So there's the ISS, right? Now, this is not real time. This is close, but it's not exact, right? So if we look at Florida, right? This is a little bit behind. Florida is approaching the tilt because Earth is spinning underneath the orbit, right? As long as they launch, when they're under that line right there, you should be good. But depending on where the ISS is on that line right there, depending on where it is, might screw with your transit time a little bit. The most ideal would be the ISS being like right here when they go to launch, because the ISS is still going and Dragon and Falcon need time to speed up. So ideally they can get near each other at the same time, right? That would be the ideal window, but that doesn't always happen. Now take Crew 8 for instance. Crew 8 scrubbed a bunch of times, so they probably, I'll bet you they had the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th abort scrub windows. Like they already have this trajectory kind of planned out. NASA really, and SpaceX too, they really crossed their T's and dot their I's. They probably had this ascent planned just in case something happened with the other scrubs, which they did, right? But that could adjust your transit time. Like the ISS is over here. It's over, I was about to say it's over Perth, but Perth is over here. So it's crossing the west coast of Australia right now. It's a little ways away. And once again, this is not real time. It's a little bit behind. But yeah, see what I'm talking about with the tilt? That can screw with your transit time regardless of spacecraft maturity. But another good question, man. Thank you. I thought it was launching for a second. I'm
Doug
like, wait,
Hurley
what?
and Bob Behnken to the International Space Station. It had been almost 9 years since astronauts lifted off.
Hey, Manzi, what's up?
The historic
Look
launch
up, the
also
ISS
marked
is
the
flying
first
by.
crewed flight by a
Here, let's
commercial
check on
company
Starship here
under
while they're
NASA's
showing
commercial
B-roll.
crew program. In a tour of the spacecraft shortly after launch, Behnken and Hurley announced why they named the capsule.
That's a lot of
Endeavour.
fuel.
We both had our first flights on shuttle.
That's a lot of fuel and oxidizer. Yep. Could you see the ISS with the naked eye? In the right flight conditions? Absolutely. Sure. And what do I mean? The best time to see it would be during dusk or dawn. Basically, you want to see it when the sun is down, but because the ISS is 270 miles or about 400 kilometers that way, right? It could be dark where you are, but the ISS could still be in sunlight. So you get it lit up by the sun, but it's nighttime where you are. It makes the best vantage point. The best time to see it is during dawn and dusk. And during dawn and dusk, heck, you know, if you have good vision, you can see the outline of it. It still looks like a little bit of a dot, but with a telescope, you can see the solar panels all day. Oh yeah, it's pretty visible. It's only 270 miles that way. It's not that far.
Then last year, Crew 6 was Endeavour's 4th flight.
Yeah, binoculars. You'll be able to see it. Sure. Absolutely. Get a set of binocs. Look at it. You can see it fly by. It's really cool. And sometimes if you catch it when a dragon's trying to catch up to it, right, so that adjusted transit time, you can see dragon flying behind it, which is really cool. Those are the coolest kinds. It just depends on, you know, it because of that tilt, because of its inclination, it depends. It's not going to fly over at the same time every day. Now, the crazy part is there are satellites that do that. That's called a sun synchronous orbit. There are satellites that will fly over the same time at the same time every day, but you really can't see them because it's flying over at the daytime. The problem is that it flies over during the day, sun synchronous, right? So the problem with that is that if you try to go looking for it, the sun is behind it, and that makes it really hard to see. Yeah, the sun. Don't stare into that. That would be bad. That would hurt your eyes. Don't do that.
Earlier this year, teams with NASA
Telecommunications satellites, Doom, are in
Discovery,
geostationary orbit. That's different than sun synchronous. The spy satellites that you see in movies that are like, oh, we have another coming into range. Oh, yes, check. Oh, look, we can see that guy is reading the paper. Those satellites are in sun synchronous.
at the launch pad is necessary, astronauts and other personnel will use the egress baskets to quickly evacuate from the mobile launcher.
Yep.
You're getting a sped-up, first-person point of view of that ride now. They're like gondolas in a ski lift, and you slide down more than 1,300 feet of cable to the ground.
This is, those slide wire baskets are there for the Artemis missions. SpaceX doesn't use, well, SpaceX has slide wire baskets, but they're honestly left over from the shuttle program. That is the new slide wire basket, and that's the vehicle that they escape in if something goes down at the pad. You want something that can survive an explosion, because if you have to run away from the rocket really, really fast, chances are something's on fire. And if that's the case, run. Get into the armored vehicle that can take an explosion and, drive away in that. That'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, kind of like we talked about earlier with Crew 8 here.
It is an MRAP. Yeah, that's right, Jen. Mm-hmm. And solid. Yep, that's an MRAP. NASA has them. It looks weird painted white, doesn't it? If you know what that is, you're going to look at it and be like, it's white. What the heck? Why is it not tan? What the hell? What's going on here?
Before you actually put people in it.
And you're having
yeah.
a big hand in
tan
the
or
Artemis
green,
campaign,
right,
yeah?
Nick? Yeah.
Yeah, I think our entire office is involved, which is one of the most exciting parts of our jobs. I mean, obviously flying in space is great, but most of our day jobs is helping with all the other human spaceflight programs, whether it's the ISS, SpaceX, Boeing, and the multitude of Artemis programs. You kind of heard them there in the video, EGS, the Exploration Ground Systems, all the work that we call at Stage 0 for building the pad. I'm working with SpaceX and Blue Origin on the lunar lander, which we call the HLS program. There's the rocket, the SLS, there's the Orion capsule. So there's no shortage of work going on for Artemis right now, and the astronaut office is heavily involved in helping with all of that.
Yeah, all hands on deck.
Exactly.
Okay, so what we should be working here, what they should be working towards here is steps 4, 5, and 6, or sections 4, sections 5, and section 6 in the launch abort manual, or not launch abort, in the launching manual. 4 is crew access arm retract. 5 is arming the launch escape system, the ejector seat, and then 6 is getting the rocket fuel. I think it's 4, 5, and 6. It might be 5, 6, and 7. I haven't done this in a little while. Long story short, they want to get the crew access arm away. They want to retract it, move it out of the way. You want to arm the escape systems, which, once again, that's their ejector seats. Now, don't get me wrong, there's not 4 ejector seats on this. The ejector seat, the launch escape system, is the entire capsule will separate from the vehicle. So if something goes wrong from here forward, we'll get away from whatever happens down here that's wrong. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. But you want to make sure that gets armed and ready to go. And obviously you don't want the crew access arm in the way, the access tower. You don't want that in the way. So that thing will swing back, and then they'll arm the launch escape system. Now, why do that? Well, obviously you want it on when the thing goes to launch, but you also want it on when they go to fuel the vehicle. filling up the vehicle with liquid oxygen and kerosene is actually a particularly dangerous part of this. When you fill something up with fuel, you're changing the mass. It's going to be a little bit heavier than it was before, right? But since they're using liquid oxygen, it's really cold, and that can cause stuff to expand and contract. The launch vehicle will go through what's called transients, and that is a dangerous thing. That's dangerous when you're changing a lot of variables all at once. This makes rocket scientists go, right? They make that noise. I've heard it. I can confirm. Okay. No. So they want to make sure that the, oh crap, I need to get out of here, beep button is activated when they go to fuel it.
Tail soot on it. Nice and clean. Raja, it's been a great countdown so far. Oftentimes we are ahead of schedule. Weather was the big watch item for us. But right now we are 85% go here at the launch site. We were also keeping a close eye on the ascent corridor.
Tim,
and weather there has been trending in the right direction for us. So the excitement is really picking up here as we get closer to T0, right, Raja?
Yep, it's definitely palpable. This is probably one of the most challenging times for this crew because you're so ready to go, but they're also just, since everything has been going nominally, it's kind of some quiet time. And so, kind of like I mentioned, most likely they're kind of just going over and over through all the different steps for the ascent, all the different possibilities, talking through the notes they had from before, from the different sims, and just kind of re-emphasizing everything one more time.
And for those who might be setting an alarm so that they don't miss tonight's launch, T0 is 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern Time. We have time now for another Ask NASA question. Let's pull one up on the screen here, again for Raja, who's been doing a great job. And actually, somebody recorded a video for you. So, yeah, this will be cool. So this one is actually from a former NASA engineer turned STEM influencer on social media. His name is Mark Rober, and he was here visiting Kennedy Space Center recently, and he had a question that only an astronaut can answer.
How's it going? Mark Rober here. I've got an Ask NASA question, and my question is, I remember the first time I looked through an actual telescope, and just like what that felt like to see stars with my own eyes in a way that I'd never seen them before. So my question is, as an astronaut, what was it like the first time you got to space and you kind of looked out the windows, and not only did you get to look out and see space and the stars with no light pollution for the first time ever, but also looking back on Earth? Like, what was that moment like? What did that feel like?
Yeah, for me, it was pretty surreal. I don't even know how to put it totally into words. In fact, Tom Marshburn, who was the person on our flight who had flown, his whole goal on the ascent after we'd unstrapped was to actually just to watch us looking out the window to see our reaction, and just the joy that we had and the joy that brings to another person, seeing a human have that much joy. I think you're absolutely correct. The stars look a little different, but I think for me at least, what was even more powerful is the Earth, seeing the Earth from that vantage point, and seeing really the layers of the atmosphere of the Earth is a pretty powerful thing. And the idea too of what's a really neat thing that you can only do in microgravity is you can rotate your body so that you see it in different orientations. So often we're used to seeing the horizon as a flat horizontal surface, but in space you can just rotate your body 9 degrees and see it vertically, and it makes the Earth, which should be very familiar, where we obviously all live, Sunday. But it gives it the sense of it. You're looking at like a completely different planet just because you're not used at all to seeing in that orientation. It's such a powerful visual experience. And for me, just emphasized how important it is to take care of the planet we live on.
Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Timed with your beautiful answer, again, of the experience it is to be in space.
Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, Joe, did anybody see where Mark was? Mark Rober, he was in what's called the RPRSF, the solid rocket rotating processing facility. Did you see the big white thing with the NASA logo on it? That's a booster for SLS. Or a booster segment for SLS, I should say. Yeah, he's You can also communicate with the ISS on shortband. That's what they're saying. Yes, you can hail the ISS if you have a ham radio license. Dead serious. I've seen people do it. It's really cool. Yeah, he was standing behind some SLS boosters. What's your opinion on SLS? I like SLS. Max, I like everything. Here, hold on one second. I gotta close that because my TV in the other room is going bananas. I like the I like the ISS. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty freaking cool. I like every rocket. I'm greedy. I want more rockets. Ain't nobody gonna convince me that less rockets are better for spaceflight. More rockets are in fact better. Now, with that being said, the circumstances in which the SLS exists in is a little. But hey, we have it and it works. Let's use the damn thing, okay? We have it and it works. Please launch it more. That's where I'm at. Just launch it more. Just not less. They're trying to do it less. You should do the opposite of that and launch it more. Please make more of this. As a taxpayer, we a lot of our money went into building this. You should make more of them, not less. That would be the smart thing to do. Please keep doing that. Please make more of them. But anyway, I'm a fan of every rocket. It's okay to like more than one. I like New Glenn. I like Falcon 9. I like SLS. I love Starship. I love the Space Shuttle. They're all amazing. Except for the N1. I saw somebody say that. That thing sucks. It didn't work. No, N1 is cool too. Hey, oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle is pretty cool, okay? And we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for the N1. Just saying. But yeah, I'm a fan of every rocket. I love everything. I want more. Because, you know what? I've been a spaceflight fan for a really long time. Really long time. As long as I can remember. I remember about 14 years ago, we were this close from having nothing. Nothing. No rockets. Okay? And that sucked. And it shattered the dreams of a lot of people. Having no rockets. We're just not going to launch into space anymore. We're going to fly on Soyuz. And don't get me wrong, Soyuz is a great spacecraft. I like that rocket too, to be honest with you. Spacecraft and the rocket. But I really started getting a lot into space at a time when we didn't have much. So it is completely bananas to me that we are in a time, just in a very short period of time, just 13, 14 years later, we are in a time where people actually take sides with different rockets and argue which one is better. Out of all these rockets that fly, it's wild to me. I don't think we should be, because I remember what it's like to have nothing, and that was not fun. Those were very sad times.
Go and throttle up.
It wasn't wasn't cool, man. So I like everything. That was a good question. I want all of them, you know? A very wise man named Freddie said, I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Okay? If you understand that, then you know what I'm talking about. Freddie was a pretty smart dude. Just saying. Hey, Eagle, what's up, man? Tier 248. How you doing, buddy? Anyway. No. Did I miss the launch? About an hour and 5, dude. It's good to see you, man. How's things? Dude. Okay, Eagle, hold on. Real quick. You gotta see this new game that I'm playing. Workers and Resources. I've seen you lurking a couple of times, and I missed your resub the other day, and I feel like an idiot. I want to put my head through the wall because I missed it. But if you haven't seen Workers, dude, go see. You gotta watch me play that new game. The electricity in it is ace. Not only do you have high voltage, low voltage, but you have different types of high and low voltage lines. Trust me, dude. It's good. The best I've ever played for a city builder. It's good. Shameless plug for what I do during the week. It's ace. You trust me. You'll see it and you'll be like, damn. All right.
Those different pictures.
Better than Cities 2. It makes Cities 2 look like Cities 1. Let me put it to you like that. What's it called? Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. Don't let the name dissuade you. It is one of the best city builders around, dude. I am hopelessly addicted to that game.
Okay, so let's take a moment to also recap launch day
Let's take a
preparations,
moment to
right?
talk about space,
So after waking up
baby.
and having a bite to eat, SpaceX helped the
sorry,
astronauts
that's
into
something
their
different.
suits inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. You see them there. Jeanette, looking happy.
I would
Ready?
actually prefer to pick it up when it's
They also
not
played
on
a card
sale,
game,
King.
which is a tradition. It's
Sister?
to beat the commander to use up all of his or her bad luck before the flight. Then the crew followed in the same footsteps as every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968.
All the good things
walking out
and the bad
to greet a crowd of
things. No, we
family.
Don't talk
and
about the bad
friends.
things right now. We don't want to do that. But
After
yes.
getting into their
But
Teslas,
no,
the
but
astronauts
yes.
joined a security-escorted caravan for about a 15-20-minute ride to Launch Complex 39A. Following their arrival, they got to take a look at their rocket, their ride to space.
Oh, yeah, Dream Chaser.
Then in pairs, they walked across the crew.
SD, I actually have talked to people that work on Dream Chaser. Yes. It's really nice every once in a while. You meet somebody in the industry that's as hyped up about space as you are. And the Dream Chaser people were very enthusiastic about their spacecraft, I must say. And you know what? That made me very happy. That made me very happy. You know, it's like, okay, all right, sweet. If I was working on a spacecraft every day, I would be gung-ho about it, and I wouldn't be able to shut up about it. Right? It's nice to meet people like that. And the Dream Chaser people were definitely about that life. That's good, man. That's what we want.
Out or doing something like that. So this is the time to get all the little movements out or get yourself comfortable.
Yeah, Professor,
make sure
it's the
everything's
best.
fine. You've got
Shame
everything
it's a-
configured
shame
the
it's a
way you
commie
want.
game, damn it.
And it's also time they'll do all their scrolling on the displays to go
Fuck,
through the
man, what do you
procedures.
want?
Because again, once the launch escape system is armed, they will try and minimize the amount they're moving around other than going through those displays. So it's good when they're ahead like this because you don't want to be rushed to going into that, and so having the chance to review and talk through that as a crew on the
I've met
intercom
people that are
is
down
super
in the
helpful.
dumps about it.
And Raj, as we
I
take
don't
these
like being
beautiful
around those
aerials
people.
again from a helicopter that we have orbiting the pad, I have an update on the weather. They had another weather briefing, and we are now...
Midge, we should get a cert for Starliner. Actually, we should get the crew flight test sooner rather than later, a couple of months. Atlas, the Not 22 Atlas, the Atlas N22 is on the pad. It's LVOS. Launch vehicle on stand. So CFT is happening sooner rather than later. And good. I know people love harping on Starliner. Personally, I think Starliner's a great design. But I'll say that about anything because I don't have a spacecraft that launch into space, so I probably should shut up about that, you know what I'm
Discovery, go at throttle up.
saying? Show Simba 1. 90%, let's go, bro. So I think Starliner's a good design. I think it's going to go, and I think it's going to be beautiful. Beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. Look at this. Stuff's beautiful.
To lift
Anyway,
off of
Jesse.
Crew 8 just about an hour from now.
Of course, Crew 8 is our 8th operational mission with
No comment,
SpaceX
48.
flying astronauts for long-duration missions
No
to the International Space Station. Crew 8 will have 3 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut.
Oh, Sid, it's
Today's crew will
awful.
fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Crew 2, and Crew 6 missions, in addition to AX-1, the first commercial astronaut mission to the space station. For those of you following along, Endeavour will be the first Dragon spacecraft to fly 5 times.
It's also been 5 years since the Demo 1 mission, which was the first demonstration mission of NASA's commercial crew program to the space station.
And Dragon, we
And
saw
fast
good
forward to
feedback from
today.
all the valves there.
good
Vacuum
feedback
pad
from
head
all the
closed,
valves there.
And at this time, your go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Echo? That was them, not me.
Copy, Section 5, we'll go.
How do they know all the bolts are tightened and stuff? B2, they document everything. In what's called spacecraft processing, basically getting the thing ready to do what it's about to do, every step is documented. Every single step. You touch the spacecraft, you take a picture of it. You write it down, you tell somebody about it. You don't get near that thing without telling someone. Now, why be so crazy about it? Well, let's see. I can give you a pretty good example of why that's not a good idea, like having somebody alone with the spacecraft not documenting what they're doing. Back in 1970, some guy was managing some oxygen tanks on the Apollo Command Service Module and dropped one. And then he said, oh, no, it's fine here. You're just going to put that in. Yep, everything's good. Don't worry about it. Didn't drop it. It's good. And then that oxygen tank got stirred on a mission and it exploded. And Apollo 13 happened. Yeah. Every step should be documented. We almost learned that one the hard way. You probably shouldn't do that. That's how they know every bolt is tight. You do not touch that spacecraft without documenting it. Every single step. From putting the stupid thing together, manufacturing the parts, all the way to mission to mission start like this. Every step is documented. Everything that's touched on that craft gets a picture taken of it. Every single one of them. It's actually super cool. That's what they're talking about when, people say, oh, there's so much effort put forth by so many individuals, blah, 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 blah. Dude, every single bolt was documented. You tighten it, you document it, you tag it out. And then you document it again. You know what I mean? Every single step gets recorded. It's really cool, really fascinating stuff to see like that level of discipline. I think it's awesome. But that's the chance you need to improve to make sure you get these guys up to the space station and back down in one piece.
Lowest points of its orbit. As we discussed.
What about installing the flight computer upside down? Midge? All I'm going to say about that is that if a hammer is required to put any component on a spacecraft, it's probably not the right procedure. I'm pretty sure that goes for a lot of anything that has to like fly into space or fly up in the air. A hammer in aerospace engineering usually is not the correct tool. If you find yourself using a hammer with a spacecraft, guidance system, any airplane, probably not the right tool for the job. You probably should rethink about like what you're doing.
Captured some of
Mashiru, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Belly took this photo of rare noctilucent clouds, which form in the Earth's mesosphere about 30 to 50 miles above the Earth. These are the highest clouds in the atmosphere and are made up of ice crystals, whereas other clouds are made up primarily of water droplets. We cannot wait to see what Crew 8 captures.
It works in cars.
As we get
cars.
closer to launch, let's take a look to see what's in store for Crew 8 while on board the International Space Station.
I view Crew 8 like an Olympic torchbearer. Each nation that hosts the Olympics has, these torchbearers that go along and they make a scene of it, and each person passes the torch and lights the torch and passes it on to the next person. And that's where I see Crew 8. We are keeping the flame of human presence in low Earth orbit alive by going up there, maintaining the space station, continuing to do science.
Well, the International Space Station is by far the largest laboratory that we've ever had in flight, obviously the largest human-made structure in low Earth orbit.
So whatever we can do in space to look at different types of materials, to look at ourselves without the force of gravity, to discover its true nature, we can develop better countermeasures back here on Earth.
Teabaggers, your CEO and Eve, good dude. Plug your stream in our Discord. Oh, right on, man. Yo, let's get some spreadsheet core action in here, man. Let's go. Spreadsheet core action. Where's the spreadsheet crew? Let me see your spreadsheet face. You know what I'm talking about.
Научными составляющими. Это и материаловедение, это и биология. То есть спектр задач, решаемых на орбите, он достаточно широкий.
Each individual will be an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure out countermeasures for the human body so that it can live longer and longer outside the Earth's protection.
Please keep doing that, Gina.
Working and training with Crew 8 is absolutely awesome. We have a diverse group of academic and intellectual backgrounds that come together, and also an international component.
We are four, I would say, almost as different personalities as you could possibly imagine.
Совершенно будет сработанная команда, и выполним задачи на все 100%.
The chemistry we've kind of developed, I think, is really quite magic. This mission has brought us together in a way that I don't think any other circumstances ever would.
Yeah, I got you, T-Man.
The ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Every time we launch 4 more people to space, we're building our sample size and our understanding of the human body and the things that happen to it in a zero-gravity environment. That sets us up to go to the moon. It sets us up to go to Mars. So for us, we are just carrying that torch to go increase that sample size and be a part of the team that moves human knowledge of space travel further.
And here's Jesse. Jesse.
Reusability is the key to making spaceflight more routine and ultimately what will enable humans to become multiplanetary. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly Starship, the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. It's a fully reusable transportation system and will transform how we access space because it's designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the moon, Mars, and beyond, which will help continue driving down the cost per launch. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 150 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers. We're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972.
To that end, SpaceX has been hard at work getting Starship ready for its moon missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next steps to Mars. Just last month, SpaceX launched a lunar lander on Falcon 9 that became the first U.S. lunar landing since the Apollo program ended more than 50 years ago.
That's right. On February 15th, as part of a commercial mission by the company Intuitive Machines, they sent a lunar lander to the surface of the moon. NASA was one of several customers to hitch a ride on the lander to deliver science and technology demonstrations to the moon's south pole. And it's part of the agency's commercial lunar payload services initiative to learn more about the moon before returning humans there under the Artemis campaign. Shortly after separation, Intuitive Machines captured this picture of its lander named Odysseus as it flew away from Earth. And then it took another photo 6 days later as Odysseus entered lunar orbit with NASA's 6 science instruments. And on February 22nd, Odysseus soft landed on the moon. NASA worked with Intuitive Machines to gather as much data as possible from its 6 payloads until the lander's solar panels were no longer exposed to light.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in. This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. Right now we're getting ready.
Well, Sid, yeah, the landing legs were solid, and they're designed to land when you're going like 2 miles an hour or like 5 kph. It landed going 6 miles an hour, or about 10 kph. It's going. If you land a little too fast, it's gonna break it. But the reason why that mission landed tough and why the lander actually ended up falling over, the reason why that happened is because the guidance systems, the landing system. So like, the guidance system actually was working. It was the eyes on that spacecraft. So the laser range finding system for Intuitive Machines didn't work. This is going to sound ridiculous, but I swear to you, it's very difficult to, it's not difficult. It's very easy to overlook the mundane thing. Their rangefinders weren't working because they didn't plug them in. Oops. But one of NASA's payloads on that lander had a range-finding system that NASA was looking to test. Intuitive Machines hacked into their own spacecraft and hotwired it through a software patch. They pushed a software patch to their spacecraft while it was orbiting around the moon to hack it and make it work with NASA's range-finding system. Turns out that coders are going to look at me and go, no, please, no. They forgot one flag on the range finding system. So the guidance system basically landed with, it worked, but it landed with no altimeter. Oops. But it landed. That's why it landed a little rough. It came down a little too fast and a little too sideways, and that's why it tipped over. But they hacked into their own spacecraft, hacked into their guidance system, hotwired it with the payload, and then forgot a flag in the software push, and it landed with no altimeter. It used the deceleration of the spacecraft to figure out where it was relative to the ground. That would basically be like trying to drive down the highway with no speedometer and try to get close to the speed limit as you can. I mean, you could try, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The thing did it. It did it with no rangefinder. It still landed. That's why that mission is awesome. It was one of the coolest missions I've ever seen. And the thing might turn back on at the end of the lunar night, which is nuts. But yeah, they hacked into their own spacecraft and hotwired it to work with a payloads guidance system or payloads rangefinder instead of theirs, because they forgot to plug theirs in. Most Kerbal mission ever. It's awesome. No, Sea Kraken, I didn't. Slim was more funny, yeah, right? Flag altimeter equals 0. Dude, that's so cool, man. It's such a cool mission. Send out Bill. Send the rescue mission. Let's go. Nero, 71 months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
71 months for anyone got an SR-71 you can restore. I'm sure. I mean, you could ask NASA. I'm pretty sure they have a couple. Kudzi, 42. Thank you very much. Appreciated.
To start actually using station to really help us get ready for those.
That Intuitive Machines mission is so cool. It's one of the coolest missions around, man.
And a lot that the Human Research Program is doing. Thank you so much for being here to represent them, Kristen. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Of course. All right. We're going to toss it back to SpaceX at Hawthorne, California.
Thanks so much. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 47.5 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process to liftoff. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire earlier this week. Now, as Megan noted at the top of our webcast, we did stand down from a launch attempt yesterday due to weather. But for now, everything looks great for launch tonight at 10:53 p.m. Eastern. Now, next up, in just about 2 minutes, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they're go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director and NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier today, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On your screen right now, you have that beautiful nighttime view of the Dragon spacecraft with the white crew access arm still in the service position.
Right? Cringe.
Right now, Crew 8 is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow that arm for launch and arm the launch escape system.
What EVA said.
Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft. The range also continues to be go for launch tonight, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. At Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch, although we are continuing to monitor some potential inland storms that could trigger our Anvil cloud rule. And if you're joining us on the Space Coast, you know it's about 64 degrees outside with light ground winds. So overall, we're looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes, with again less than a 10% chance of weather violation. Downrange landing zones, if needed in the event of an escape, are also go.
Super Fox. Wie geht's?
Our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control to monitor Dragon, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 8's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts come back home. On console and mission control, which you have a view of on your screen right now, there are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support,
Does it
and
say
communication
Titan
with ground support teams.
on that guy's hat?
Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is also currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. Now, with less than an hour until T0, all teams are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and liftoff.
What was that? What did that hat say? Titan Gravitational Research? You guys know what that...
Poll is complete.
Again,
and
right now
team
we are
is ready
standing by
crew
for that
access
poll from
arm
our...
retract. Both launch control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approve board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch trajectory whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
Okay, here we go. All right, so crew access arm is going to retract. Launch escape system is going to be enabled. Then we begin fueling.
Crew arm status
And
started.
with that, we are moving forward toward launch.
Gravitational research. Wait.
Propellant loading will begin in about 10 minutes, and crew access arm retraction has begun. So in the meantime, let's check back in with Megan and Raja.
All right, I just want to make sure I wasn't the only
Veronica,
one that
now
saw
the countdown
that,
clock is continuing to tick, and we are now at T-minus 48 minutes and counting from launch. At the time of launch, the space station will be flying 260 statute miles over the southern Arabian Sea, southwest of India. Now, the crew access arm
It's a ski snowboard company. Oh, okay.
will retract from Dragon.
Superman.
That is what we are
Thank you,
looking
buddy.
for now, and actually it is happening right now. This is a critical milestone, right, Raja?
It is, and yeah, so the next big thing will be launching.
Dragon SpaceX for countdown timing.
There we go.
Go ahead.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it, and are going to be looking for you to be crisp with the launch escape system arming. Team is under a bit of pressure here to get a call in.
Dragon.
So just the word there.
Arm recheck complete.
So now that the arm is out of the way, the next big step is to arm the launch escape system. You heard
So the FOD on the door could be a line item. They spent a long time cleaning that door and cleaning the hatch. The hatch did pass its leak checks, but they did say there was a little bit of margin. It means it's within a nominal range, but it's clearly something that the launch director reported to the crew. So if it's enough for him to report it to the crew, that means they're looking at it. They went back and looked at all those photos.
Vehicle, and that's part of the training flow. There's actually a thing called Sounds of Dragon where you listen to those sounds at that Buck High Fidelity trainer out in Hawthorne, so you can hear those before you're actually sitting in the capsule. What you can't simulate fully is the actual vibrations. You can actually feel the capsule vibrating as those things happen.
Now, the launch escape system obviously built into Dragon to remove the crew, to pull the crew away from Falcon 9 either on the pad or during flight if there were to be an issue. Why isn't the launch escape system armed sooner, Raja?
So you want to wait until you don't really have any other alternative, and that we wait until we start loading prop. Because once there's prop on the vehicle, it's essentially alive in terms of there's fuel and oxidizer, which is what generates the thrust for the rocket, but also essentially could cause a hazard. And so at that point, you want that ability to immediately clear. There still always is the possibility of defueling the rocket if there's some problem. And in fact, if there was a decision later to scrub, that's what they would do, is to defuel it and then swing the arm back out. But once there's prop on board, you want the ability to get off quickly if you have to. And like we talked about, it can be an automated system. It can also, the crew can initiate that. And before the arm...
The seal, Hanks, I'll get to your question in a second. King, the seal on the hatch, they're not talking about the difference between pressure in and out. There's the inside pressure, flange, vacuum, flange, outside. So when they talk about the seal, they're talking about the inflatable O-ring that's in between the door, the hatch, and Dragon. So overpressurizing the inside or increasing the pressure inside is not going to do anything. That's not going to change anything. because there's a bit of metal in the way, right? We're talking about, when they're talking about inflating the seal, that's in the seal that's in between the flanges. That's the hard part. That's what they got to check. Now, yeah, the overpressurizing the inside of the capsule isn't going to change anything, because remember, they have to bring that down to vacuum. And the leaks that they're talking about isn't the spacecraft leaking out into the atmosphere. It's the seal having pressure going into it because it's vacuum. The inside of the seal is vacuum to create a thermal and a physical barrier. All right? So overpressurizing the inside of the spacecraft isn't going to do anything. Don't hit it. No, Roger, hitting it is bad. If they were to use the launch escape system, would that destroy the top of the TE as well? Hanks, if the launch escape system pops off, I would just consider, if there's a pad abort, like, God forbid, but if there was a pad abort, the thing that would be the least on my mind is making sure the top of the transporter erector is okay. If a pad abort scenario happens, the pad is probably a write-off. The whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing.
Like we've talked about, once you arm the launch escape system, then now you're sitting on a armed set of prop in that Dragon. The Super Drakers are active, and so right now the closeout crew is gone. No one's around there. So before you take that next step, you want to make sure that you have a clear path forward towards launch.
And so again, we're expecting that decision on whether or not to go forward.
How long does it take to
arming
fuel?
the launch
35.
escape system, which obviously needs to happen before we can proceed
With
to launch.
Yep.
We're expecting that in about a minute. That is the time that the launch team briefed Matt and the crew. And
There you go,
so
Space Cat.
arming the launch escape system was supposed to happen around T-minus
That's what I
39
like to see.
minutes. Obviously, if it happens, it were
Just
to
a
be
bunch
later.
of space flight nutcases in here.
Still okay if
Absolutely, yeah.
that margin.
The
Welcome.
driving factors.
You'll like it here.
I mentioned that closer launch, the margin of pads they build in just gets a little tighter. But yeah, the driving factor is how long does it take to get the fuel and the oxidizer into the Falcon 9 before launch time. And as long as the launch escape system is armed, which is a pretty quick command and pretty instantaneous for those valves to change, it's more that they have to back out how much time does it take to fuel the rocket and make sure they preserve that amount of time.
Again, we're going to stand by for what we expect to be a decision.
Dragon SpaceX, at this time your go for 6.4 arm launch escape system. Team is confident that we understand the issue well enough to proceed into LES arm, and it's within existing analysis.
Dragon copy. Go to close seat visors. Visors closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Visors are closed.
Copy.
And with that call out, again, arming the launch escape system, one of the major milestones before liftoff today at 10:53 p.m. and 38 seconds Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center here in Florida to send 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. This is the Crew 8 launch, and you're watching the live broadcast of it.
So you heard the acknowledgement for them to go ahead and complete the procedure. So you expect that you'll hear some.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
There we go. 900, yeah. Yeah,
Now,
space
needing to
situational
use
awareness is
the
important.
Launch escape system. It's just a possibility we have to plan for. No one wants to think about it, but it is something we have to plan for.
Yeah, actually, it makes the overall launch safer because you have an alternative if there's something wrong with the F9 rocket. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. You wouldn't want to have to use it, but the fact that we built that into these commercial crew vehicles is a huge safety improvement over the past. And it looks like they're starting loading prop now, which is the next major step. And so now that the launch escape system is armed, they can start putting the prop onto the vehicle. You'll start to hear calls.
Yeah, bluegill,
again,
SSA,
the crew can actually
very important. SDM right behind it, am I right?
Sorry
Sorry about all the messaging, guys. A lot going on in the back channel during launch. Talking to different people and whatnot.
Gives them a sense of
One pad deluge is leaking. The system is primed. That's all that tells me. The water tower The water tower is full for the sound suppressor. That's normal, guys. That happens all the time. It is water. These things right here are called rainbirds. They spray the pad with water when the rocket lifts off. So right after Falcon 9 launches, you'll see those things on the side really just turn into a huge deluge of water. The reason why is actually very interesting. One, okay, so first and foremost, rocket exhaust is hot and you don't want it melting things. It does, a little bit, always. But that's a really important one. But that's, believe it or not, that's not the biggest reason why you spray the pad down with water when the rocket's launching. That would be the most obvious one, right? But that's not the most important. The most important is the sound. Rockets, the sound that a rocket engine makes is violent enough to actually damage, to reverberate off the ground and damage the vehicle on the way up. It's happened before. It happened on STS-1, the first shuttle mission. That's definitely happened. So, these rainbirds, what they do is right after Falcon 9 lifts off the pad, they spray a barrier of water. Well, why? Water is good at absorbing sound. That's why. Really good at absorbing sound. And heat, too, coincidentally. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Water's pretty cool. Water's pretty good, you know. If you control the water, you control the spice. Spice must flow. No? Hey, if you got it, good for you. Good for you. Anyway, so it's a sound suppressor. All that little stream off the side is there for is to that little stream is saying that the water tower that's next to the pad is full. That's all. It's just primed. Yeah, you got to have H2O. You got to have it. My name is Baba Boucher. I was wondering if you need a water boy on your upcoming season. Nice shirt. Thank you. It was my daddy's. Spray it with more H2O. It's true. Hey, I threw a Dune reference in, man. That's not something you get from me all the time, but I did watch part 2 over the weekend, and all I have to say is, wow, that was a movie. Damn. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm gonna say good, but that was a movie. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. But if you've read the book, I mean, I don't know. It was a good movie. You should probably go see it. Is that water reclaimed and run back into the system? No. Would spraying Gatorade work as well? No, you're using the wrong water.
Analysis they've done so far, they have margin for the...
They said that... Oh, sorry. I was doing Waterboy references. They just said that the concern was a small crack in the seal. Concerned about re-entry heating, but I think that's small enough to be okay. All right. Gatorade.
That call-out gave us some insight into why there was a delay in arming the launch escape system. They basically said there was a small crack in the side hatch seal. And the concern of that crack would be during re-entry.
Correct. Yeah. So I think obviously, like we've talked many times throughout the broadcast, you've got some of the best experts in the world on both the SpaceX and the NASA side looking at the data. I think it really shows the importance. Early on we were ahead of time, but all the pictures and photos they were taking of the hatch seal, and this kind of demonstrates exactly why they do that. Because now, when we don't have access to the hatch and we can't just open it up and take a look, we can pore over those photos. Go back to the SMEs, the REs, as you heard them called, the responsible engineers, the subject matter experts.
That's why you take pictures.
Photo evidence compared to the analysis and the development verification information to make sure that we're confident that everything's good to go.
Right. Because as I said, they believe it's small enough
Start
to
of stage
fix.
1 cryo-helium loading.
Stage 1 cryo loading, as you said.
Cryo-helium.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so helium, so you mentioned before, there's RP1 is the fuel, and then liquid oxygen is the oxidizer. What pressurizes those propellants is helium. So not only do you have to load the fuel, the oxidizer, but you also have to load gas to then push those fuels into the engines.
No, there's 4 souls on board here.
T-minus 30 minutes, 19 minutes and counting.
Guys, yeah, I'm not sure that bodes well. 30 minutes here. They're checking the pictures, guys. I'd want to get a good look at that if something is what's called out of family. So here's what they're doing. Like, I mean, Raji just explained it probably better than I ever could. But they're going to go back and look at Dragon Endeavour during it's the 5th flight for this capsule. They're going to look at all four of the flights that it's flown prior, and they're going to compare the pictures. Okay, was that crack there? When did this crack happen? Why did it happen? Where was it? Was it there on the 4th flight? Was it there on the 3rd flight? They're going to go back and look at all the pictures of this thing. This is why you take pictures every single time. You don't touch that spacecraft without taking a picture. This is what makes spaceflight safer. One of the big reasons. You're mitigating risk every time you learn something. Every time you look at something like this. This is a curveball. Curveballs happen in spaceflight. All right? And there's always a chance that something can go a little weird, right? But chance favors the prepared. That's why you take pictures.
Everything we learn on space station enables our technology. It increases.
They developed those photos fast. Yeah, they used the minute booth in the parking lot, man. Bro, I think we just dated ourselves. Some people are like, what the hell is a minute booth? You know? Nah, 900. Chris is all right, man. We good. What'd you ask? Tag me if you guys have questions. It's 15 minutes, 1 hour photo, baby. It's not scrubbed yet, dude, but I would really be looking at those photos if I was in SpaceX Mission Control. Even if they send it and decide it's no good, they could send up another uncrewed Dragon. Yeah, John, but that's taking a curveball and adding more curveballs. You don't want to, dude, there's already a lot of variables going on here. You don't want to add more variables if you don't have to, right? They got Polaroids, baby! Who knows what I'm talking? Who remembers? Freaking Polaroids, dude. Oh my god. Okay.
Go further we will. Go further we must. But we want to have that deck
nice,
stacked
Greg.
in our favor as much
gosh.
as possible. And our mission will definitely contribute to that.
T-minus 27
Inside of 10 minutes, we'll do the ads, fellas.
And counting to launch. Let's head back to Jasmine Hopkins, who's now with NASA Administrator.
Stop, you're making me feel really old. You're making you feel really old. What's making me feel really old, dude?
Thank you so much, Megan. As always, it's an honor to
look
have
at
our
that.
NASA
It's
leadership
Bill
here
and
for our
Pam.
mission.
How
Of course,
are
we know
you
there's
guys
still
doing today?
But both of our leaders right here have been to space before. So actually, can you guys talk about why safety is so paramount in human spaceflight?
Well, you're dealing with a very unforgiving environment with a lot of explosive power, and you're defying the laws of gravity. And as a result, everything has to be right, so you don't launch until it's right. Now, Pam is an astronaut space shuttle commander. She's flown 3 times in space. I've flown once. And you've been through this many times. You didn't have as many scrubs as we had on ours. We got in, strapped in, ready to go, and scrubbed 4 times over the better part of a month. But that pretty well tells you you don't launch until it's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, Bill. I had several scrubs of my own, delayed 6 days for my first flight, 3 days for my second, had a couple of strap-ins. You're right, not as many as you. But I think, it's important to remember that the crew is very focused on their mission on the space station, and it's not like they're saying, hey, I've got to get home for something. They're going to wait until they're safe, and that's
Stage
the way
2
we feel
cryohelium
too.
loading has
As
started.
Bill said, a lot of things have to go right, and we're going to keep safety number one.
Right. Thank you so much for mentioning that. And of course, we're on our 8th rotational flight with SpaceX. It feels like just yesterday, Demo 2 launched. So can Bill Nelson, can you speak to the progress of the commercial crew program?
Well, it's unbelievable. Just think how much the cost of launching has come down as a fact of reusing the rockets. And just the Falcon 9 has been such a proven workhorse. This past year, they launched Falcon 9s, if you can believe it, 96 times. This year, they're going to launch 146 times.
Oh, dang, we got caught
And
up.
next year, 200 times. Wow. It's a workhorse.
Wow.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Wow.
And we've had a lot of success with SpaceX already this year with the launch of PACE to help study our climate. We also had a successful landing on the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So, Pam, can you speak to what's next for SpaceX and NASA together?
Well, Jasmine, it's amazing what's coming up. First of all, the crew is going to have a very exciting increment. They have over 200 science experiments that they'll be running, including several medical experiments that will benefit all humanity. But while they're there, they're going to have some very exciting visitors. We're really looking forward to seeing Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore launch on the Boeing Starliner on the first crewed flight test of that brand new human spaceflight vehicle. They'll be visiting the station. And then, if we stay on schedule, this increment will also see a new cargo vehicle going up with Sierra Space's Dream Chaser. And then you look at the rest of what we're doing in science. We have an eclipse coming up. It'll be the last eclipse visible in North America for almost 2 decades. And then we'll be launching NISAR, which is our partnership with India to look at the Earth. And we also have the X-59, our new X-plane, quiet supersonic boom coming up. And then, of course, the Artemis II crew, you're going to be seeing a lot of them down here in Florida as they're training for their mission next year. This is a pretty thrilling year. We got a lot going on.
It really is. There's so much going on, but of course, we still want to keep our eyes right now on Crew 8. So thank you so much, Bill and Pam, for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, our friends at SpaceX,
welcome.
back to you.
Jesse?
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew 8 to the International Space Station tonight.
Wow.
Sitting atop the Falcon 9,
funny.
the Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stands over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar
body
cells,
part
which
unit
power
measurement.
Dragon while
Oh,
it's in
that's the
free
best.
flight. The trunk can also
Cope and
carry
seed.
unpressurized cargo.
And Dragon has 16
12
Draco
feet.
thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort,
God, it feels
which
great.
are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
For those of you following along, you'll know that the Dragon spacecraft has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station.
at all
There are
these
currently
Dragon
4 Dragon
capsules.
spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station.
these Dragon
Endeavour,
capsule
Resilience,
missions.
Endurance,
Jeez.
and Freedom.
Crew 8 will fly aboard Endeavour tonight, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo Mission 2, Crew 2, and Crew 6, in addition to Axiom's first mission, the very first commercial astronaut mission to the International Space Station. Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 7 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the space station 38 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs.
As
what
always,
it's talking
Dragon will
about,
be
Saya.
delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its
Oh,
first stage
1.7
thanks to its 9
million
Merlin
pounds,
M1D
baby.
engines. Once the first and second stages separate, these engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform 3 burns as it makes its way back toward Earth today. First is the boost back burn, and that's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite to help flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn, and that's where a single engine will reignite to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to enter the Earth's atmosphere again. Finally is the landing burn, and that's where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by 1 single Merlin vacuum engine with over 220,000 pounds of thrust. The
Stage
second
2,
stage
RP1
will
look
secure
complete.
Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit. And we did just hear that call out that stage 1 RP1 load is complete. That's great. We're continuing to Check through these milestones, now almost less than 20 minutes until tonight's launch. So again, the second stage will continue to secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, which exposes its guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 19 minutes and 30 seconds, our teams at the Cape and Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch about 19 minutes from now, and we'll keep monitoring all the vehicle systems as we get closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. So as we continue to listen and watch the countdown, our teams are continuing to prep the vehicle for flight, and propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed.
Is this a low-res feed? There's artifacting here, but I'd rather use the YouTube vid because we can fast forward it and make sure that we're caught up. The X feed seems to be a little bit cleaner than this feed here, but once again, I don't want to run the risk of being behind.
Driven by the orbital mechanics constraint.
It is very jaggedy, dude. I don't know what the heck's going on. There's some serious artifacting here, but it's all right.
We need to launch at a specific time is because Dragon is basically trying to catch up to the ISS, which as we speak is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour.
So what's going on here, guys, is it's called the 20-minute vent. It happens at, 20 minutes. What they're doing is there is a fuel and an oxidizer line that go up the side of the transporter erector, go into the bottom of the second stage. As you can see, there is some condensation down on the first stage here. That means that they're filling it up with liquid fuel and oxidizer. But the second stage, being a lot smaller, doesn't take nearly as long as the first stage to fill up. What SpaceX likes to do is time it so the second stage gets filled up or tanked exactly at the same time when the first stage finishes tanking, right? So basically they start filling up the first stage, and when it gets halfway through, 20 minutes, because it takes 40 minutes to fill up the first stage, they'll start filling up the second stage. That vent down that's happening on the pad right there is because they're priming the line here for their super cold oxidizer. Now, to make an explosion, to make a rocket engine go, or anything that combusts anything, you're going to need fuel, air, or oxidizer, and some heat, okay? There's no air up in space. There's no oxygen up there. I don't want to know how we figured that one out. Hopefully it wasn't by somebody taking their helmet off. It wasn't. But you get the idea. So, spacecraft, anything that rockets and spacecraft have to take the oxidizer with them. Now, oxygen, if you're familiar, yeah, who farted? Well, usually exists as a gas. To get it to exist as a liquid, you need it to be really, really cool. Now, why do they get it as a liquid? Why not just have an air tank inside of the rocket? Well, honestly, liquid, because you can get more of it in there. Liquids are denser than gases, right? Remember science class? If not, science class will tell you this soon, maybe, hopefully. Liquids are denser than gases, so it's easier to carry it as a liquid, and it's more dense. You can get more of it in there. I mean, if it was solid, that would probably be the best. You could probably get the most amount of it in there, but solid doesn't flow very well because it's, solid. Anyway, so what they're doing is they're priming those lines, the liquid oxygen line that goes up to that second stage. And that's why you get some crazy condensation coming off of the side, because the liquid oxygen is super freaking cold. Because in order for oxygen to exist as a liquid, it has to be freezing. You can get anything to turn into a liquid, solid, or gas. You gotta apply some science to it. Some things are harder to get to solidify or liquefy than others. Depends on the element. Oxygen, you need to just get it really, really cold. You get it really, really cold, it'll liquefy. Pretty cool, right?
That's sort of I think the checkpoint they gave the crew when they'll give them some information about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it's it's always exciting, and I think the administrator said exactly what we would expect and exactly why we do what we do, that of course safety will be paramount. Of course we want to see them launch. Obviously the families want to see them launch. Crew 8 wants to get there, and the expedition on the space station wants to see them, but clearly we want everyone to be safe. So I know the team will do what they need to do.
So we're taking the steps towards launch, but we're waiting for that T-minus 10 brief to really give us the final
Right,
resolution.
so we'll continue doing stuff in parallel to be ready to go,
Sure.
but obviously the analysis still has to get completed.
So when Crew 8 arrives at the International Space Station, they will be greeted by 7 other crew members, including NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. She's been on board since last September and delivered this personal message to her soon-to-be new crewmates.
Hey, Crew 8. I'm so stoked for your launch and to welcome you on board the International Space Station. I very vividly remember my first few days on Space Station, so I'm looking forward to getting to relive those days through your eyes, and I'll try not to laugh too much. Matt, it's been an amazing 7 years so far. It's going to be really special to get to fly with you, such a good friend, and I know this is going to be one of our craziest adventures together yet. Mike, I can't wait to share this boat with you. Jeanette, looking forward to continuing the good times that we had in Star City together. Sasha, there's no ice rink on board, but we have some other games planned up here. I hope you guys have a beautiful launch. I hope you enjoy the special time that you're going to get to have in Dragon together orbiting Earth. And we'll be on board waiting with a big meal prepared with all the foods that we don't like. So with that, safe travels, and I'll see you on the other side of the hatch on Space Station.
I like what she said. She'll try not to laugh so much as we're inviting 3 new first-time flyers onto the space station.
Yeah, Laurel is infamous for easily getting cases of the giggles, so it's awesome to see her. It's been so fun to watch her and the current ISS expedition crew loving working in space, and so I know she's excited, as well as the rest of Crew 7, to see Crew 8 and Laurel's time, but she'll eventually get replaced by TC, who will be launching later in March from Star City on the next Soyuz up to replace Laurel. So we'll be tuning into that just a few weeks from now on March 21st.
T-minus 12 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We are counting down really to a T-minus 10 brief with the crew to talk an issue that the team is working.
So guys, actually, you know, while they're filling the air right here, I don't want to run, I usually run ads at T-minus 10 minutes. The reason why is because I don't want people getting pre-roll ads when the thing's actually launching. Dude, how much would that suck? Like clicking on a stream where you see the rocket launching and then getting an ad right away. That would be really annoying. I do not want that. And personally, I think ads are annoying, period. But that, I mean, also paycheck, but also they're really freaking annoying. But because there's a 10-minute briefing here on the potential status of the hatch, I'm going to run them now. And I'll see you on the other side. So we have uninterrupted launch commentary. I don't want that crap running when we go to see this thing go.
Discovery, go at
Joe Simba 1, 5 subs. I'll see you on the other side, Ray. I stared at the trap, Ray.
The more time you buy the team to do the analysis, the more conclusive of a recommendation they can come to. So I would, expect them to be poring over that data. And like we talked about earlier in the show, that's why that's why we have all these teams here looking at the data.
Sure.
There's no more important thing than the human and human space flight. And so we want to be absolutely sure that they are good to go on their way to the space station.
And when we take that wide shot of Falcon 9 on the pad, we see a lot of venting happening. Again, propellant loading continues.
Dragon SpaceX for a follow-up.
Oh, here we go. Oh.
Go ahead.
No, not when the ads are running.
All
Damn
right.
it.
We are confident that we understand the issue and we can still fly the whole mission safely. We're comfortable proceeding because the condition is bounding by existing analysis, as already mentioned. Additionally, we expect the gap created by this crack in the seal to close as the material will swell with reentry heating. And finally, it's on the lower heating side of the vehicle during reentry. The engineering team here is comfortable proceeding. How copy?
Okay.
Dragon copies.
Okay, so with that.
With that, Crew 8, confirmed displays are configured for launch.
All right, so with that, it seems like we are go for launch. The team telling the crew they are confident.
SpaceX Dragon, displays configured for launch. Crew 7, this is Crew 8. We're coming for you. It's time for Crew 8 to relieve you of the watch onto the International Space Station. SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for you to cast off the strongback and launch Dragon Endeavour on its 5th voyage.
There you have it, the team confidence that they can fly this mission end to end.
Awesome.
So now, in this final stretch of the countdown, we're going to turn it over.
So, guys, if you came back from the ads, they said they'd give an update at 10 minutes, and they gave an update at T-minus 11 minutes. So, the update was this. The engineers are confident that the seal is it'll seal it up during re-entry. They're confident that the seal is fine. They understand how that scratch got there and why it's there and what it's going to do during the mission. Engineers have high confidence that they can run the whole mission, and they just gave the okay to launch. So, yep, of course it happened right when I ran the ad, because why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it, right? But yeah, just in case you were wondering, they're good to go.
The rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during
Maddie's
flight.
good to go.
Now that we're
My guy's
approaching
good to
terminal
go.
count,
I don't know.
our teams are performing all those
350.
final checks before launch.
How often do they keep it off? Oh, there's CO2 scrubbers. Yeah, what Jan said.
Back in Mission Control Houston, there's a variety of systems and console positions that are also being worked in tandem and monitored by the team. These include cameras aboard Space Station, reboost capabilities, as well as a console that monitors trajectory to ensure everything is looking good. It'll be about a 9-minute ride to orbit today, and that's about the time that we'll see second stage cut off. A few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage. And along the way leading up to this, you'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown, and then after liftoff as well. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and key milestones. But there are some other calls you'll hear the crew make as well after liftoff. The crew will report out number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, have that name because they're in the first stage, and that will last until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in. That takes us from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. Diverting a little bit from the other naming systems, you will hear the call Shannon, or Forward to Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and did need to abort. So again, you'll hear these different callouts throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from guidance, navigation, and control officers, and you can expect to hear from them on calls on trajectory and propulsion as well.
So one of the next callouts we're listening for is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started, which is one of the key processes that prepares the engines for flight. Right now, propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling the engines for the start sequence.
Okay.
There we go, right on top.
They're priming the engines. Remember I told you that liquid oxygen is really cold. You don't want to have a engine that's at ambient temperature and push really cold liquid oxygen into it. You could flash freeze it, and that breaks the rocket engine. So what they're doing right now is they're priming the engine, trickling the propellants in preparation for launch. That's a good sign. Also, thank you for all the subs and bits, guys. I do appreciate it. It's good to see a good turnout, man. Love me a good crew launch. I hope you do too. I hope I'm not too annoying, I hope I'm not too annoying. But yeah, thank you for all the support. Nothing like a hype train during a critical phase of the launch countdown. Yeah, thanks, Bill. You kind of contributed.
We're looking ahead to the calls that RP1 load is... And there you heard it, RP1 load is complete.
I'll take that. That's good,
RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. All of that RP1 is now loaded into the first stage, and we did hear that the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. We're still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. This is the oxidizer needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished uploading. Coming up, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for the strongback to retract. At first, it will move just a couple of degrees, and then we'll see it swing open completely the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for both prop load and the different gases being loaded on board.
Yes.
We'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark before flight, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
Thanks, man. It's good to see you.
Dragon is in configured for terminal count.
Okay.
Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for strong back retract.
And we did just hear that call out. Dragon is in terminal count. The onboard computers now are taking control of this spacecraft. The first stage will finish liquid oxygen loading in about 3 minutes, followed by completion of second stage LOX loading 1 minute later.
Strong back retract has started.
Cool, Santa Toes. That's cool. Hook up.
Discovery,
Dude,
go
a
at
little bit
throttle.
later. I want to see this, but yes.
There's a call out over the nets that we are moving forward into strong back retract. The next thing you might be able to see on your screen is actually going to be the clamp arms opening up around the base of this second stage. That will allow the strong back to recline about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. And because we've now begun pressurizing Falcon 9, we know that it's strong enough to stand on its own.
Thank you, guys.
That TE will throw back all the way to 45 degrees at liftoff. The strong back is part of the transporter erector, which provides liquids, gases, and electrical connections to the vehicle.
Thanks for everything, boss. One of the best to do it. Appreciate it.
Here you can see those clamp arms have fully opened around the base of just the trunk of Dragon on stage 2.
I don't know. It's not me. Maybe. I'll let you know.
And so the next major milestone that we're tracking today is stage 1 LOX load being complete. We expect that call out at about 3 minutes when that first stage LOX load will be completely finished. So all those white clouds of vapor you see on your screen right
Inside of 1 minute, guys, I'm muting the alerts. So get them in now if you're there, man. Thank you for all the support, though. I do appreciate it. But I got to launch to commentate, you know? That's what everybody came up for here, so...
for the call out that stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Amen, Dark. Amen.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
Let's roll. Okay.
There's the confirmation that we have completed loading liquid oxygen on board stage 1, but LOX will still be loading for about another minute on board stage 2. Then we'll prepare to vent down the TE, which is going to produce another white
Dragon
cloud.
is in terminal count and is on internal
You may also
power.
hear.
Okay. Cut the lot. They cut the rocket off from the grid. The batteries on board the vehicle are powering all the systems. They unplugged it. It's doing its own thing. Not physically yet. It hasn't left the pad. I don't know if you noticed that.
So everything continuing to go as planned this evening. We are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the launch of Crew 8. Standing by in about 15 seconds, we should hear the call out that the second stage LOX load is complete and that Dragon is in auto idle.
2 minutes.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
Okay, stand by for stage 2 or strong back gas closeout.
And with that, you did hear that LOX load is complete. Gas closeout has also begun, so we're now isolating all the feed lines
there we go.
for the different gas systems from the Falcon 9 rocket. They'll then get
the next 35 seconds.
great news continuing to move towards launch, and you could even hear some of those gases being vented over just shortly.
Ground gas closeout is happening. So the fuel and oxidizer lines that are going up the TE are being vented right now. The quick answer is that you don't want your rocket fuel right here. You want it to be right here. That's it, and oxidizer too. You don't want it in this thing. That's not the rocket. You want it into the rocket. So they're venting all of the fuel, all the liquid oxygen out, just in case. Stand by. We should be going into startup, muting the alerts.
To the rocket. Coming up on 1 minute until launch.
Okay.
Dragon is in countdown.
Here we go. 50 seconds. Dragon and Falcon are in start.
The flight termination system is armed, and we are in
Dragon,
countdown.
SpaceX, go for
45
launch.
seconds.
Send it.
Dragon copies. Go for launch.
Dragon Commander Matthew Dominic reporting go for launch.
Reports go. Crew reports go. Now about 30 seconds away
out.
from liftoff.
minus 20 seconds.
$15 seconds.
Hold on to your butts.
T-minus 10,
Sound suppressor is
9,
prime. That's what the shaking
8,
is.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Ignition.
1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of NASA Crew 8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Fly. Fly.
One Alpha.
Got a good call on one Alpha.
Endeavour ascends, a beacon
one
of
Alpha.
human ambition. 1.7 million pounds of thrust
Whoa.
now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 8. Vehicle is pitching down range.
Whoa! She was hyped! I dig it, man! Let's go! Let's freaking go, dude! Oh, I'm gonna move over there so you guys can see.
Nominal power and telemetry.
That's awesome, man! Oh no, please come back! Oh my god!
And we are getting good call-outs on propulsion. Falcon 9 engines now throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
1 minute in, everything's looking good.
Stage 1, throttle up.
1 Bravo.
1 Bravo, call up.
So with that call out,
at 1 minute 20.
Copy 1 Bravo.
we know that Falcon 9 is throttling back up. And that 1 call out for 1 Bravo means that we are in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance from Falcon 9. Now at this point, the crew are already pulling over 2 Gs. And with that call out...
So that was the call for MVAC chill. They're starting to trickle propellants, fuel and oxidizer into that second stage engine in preparation for ignition. We should see main engine cutoff, stage separation, and upper stage ignition at about 2 minutes 30 seconds into the flight.
Main engine cutoff.
Currently, we are T plus 154. Falcon 9 is traveling at 3,500 kilometers an hour and accelerating 40 kilometers in altitude.
And carry the Crew 8 astronauts to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. At this point in the flight, the 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down, and we're standing... There's that call out for throttle down, and we're standing by for MECO.
I don't know why the alerter worked. I thought I shut that off.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Good separation, upper stage ignition, and then should be a call for 2 Alpha
And
from
back
Matthew
in.
Dunn.
2 Alpha.
Good call for 2 Alpha.
Copy 2 Alpha.
Send it. Stiffen ring separation confirmed. No stubby.
So those incredible views on your screen, and of course the cheering behind me means that we have had successful main engine cutoff.
So what you're seeing right there, the first stage turned around, used its onboard thrusters, turned around, and then fired its engine. All that flow phenomena that you're seeing is the first stage exhaust hitting the second stage exhaust as the second stage goes away from the first stage. It's one of the coolest parts of this whole thing. Not as cool as my favorite part, which is coming up soon. But see, all that flow phenomenon that's happening there is the first and second stage plumes hitting each other when there's not a lot of pressure. They're way up. They're already up into space. So the way the gas propagates up there is actually super, super cool. Super cool looking. Look at it all day. So
Crew 8 is now traveling...
Falcon 9 first stage is doing its boost back here. T plus 3 minute 40 into the flight. Velocity is 6,800 kilometers an hour, traveling at 140 kilometers in altitude. Well past the Kármán line here.
Into the flight.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Good trajectory.
Dragon.
Good performance on the lone Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crew's G-load dips right when we hit the separation event, and it's going to continue to build up now. Again, we just heard another call out for nominal trajectory. That was the guidance, navigation, and control officer stating nominal trajectory, or everything is looking good. Dragon is pointed in the right direction, continuing its flight uphill. This second stage will continue to fire until a little over 8 minutes into the flight, accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. Right now, the crew is traveling at 4,500 miles per hour and is over 93 miles in altitude. That single Merlin vacuum engine can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, and you really see it doing the heavy lifting right now.
So while Crew 8 continues on its way to the International Space Station, the first stage booster is on its way back to landing zone 1.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Confirmation there that the trajectory for both vehicles is looking good.
Good call.
Now, the first stage has a couple of events itself in order to land. At T plus 6 minutes and 16 seconds, stage 1 will begin its entry burn, which will be the first of 2 burns prior to landing. During this burn, Falcon 9 will ignite only the center engine for about 10 seconds in order to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. That will be followed by the landing burn at T plus 7 minutes and 21 seconds. This time we'll light 3 engines and the burn will last for about 20 seconds, ending just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit.
I swear if this is about my hat.
And so we did also hear a couple of different ground station call-outs like Bermuda. That is one of the ground stations that we're receiving telemetry from, and everything.
Okay, so first stage is coming back down here. You can see the coast of Florida. That's Cocoa Beach and Satellite Beach right there. First stage coming back down, doing an RTLS, a return to launch site. Doing a landing. Sorry, my brain combined a bunch of things together there. So, there's my favorite part. What Falcon 9 is doing here is called an entry burn. The entry burn is designed to slow down Falcon 9, but it's also its heat shield because it is coming in fast enough to experience re-entry heating. They cut the camera, but if they didn't cut the camera, it would be called supersonic retropropulsion. Because plasma accumulates on the vehicle. That's what you're seeing on the grid fins right there. Look at that plasma accumulation. Oh, that's cool. All right, now she's going to get into the thicker parts of the atmosphere, and she's going to start rolling around.
Continuing to get good call-outs, everything going smoothly. Now almost 7 minutes into the flight of Crew 8.
Come on back now.
So the next milestone we're standing by for is Stage 1 landing burn start. Again, as Stage 1 approaches the Space Coast to touch back down at Landing Zone 1.
Here we go. Landing zone should be like right here. Landing burn has begun. Lighten up the sky. She's coming in. 7 minutes, 25. Everything looking good. First stage should get the call for landing leg deployed here. Sonic booms, baby.
Stage 2 FTS is safed.
Good landing. Stuck the landing. Very nice.
And it is great to see that first stage back on Earth. Coming up, next on the second stage is second engine cutoff. You can hear some excitement here at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters as that first stage successfully landed back on Earth. So second engine cutoff will take place here in just a couple of minutes. Once the lone Merlin engine cuts off and stops firing, the second stage will continue to coast for about 3 minutes until Dragon is commanded to separate. At this point, Dragon will separate from the second stage and will fly free with Crew 8 still on board and in orbit.
Yeah, buddy. It's the best tech. I love it. It's like clockwork. Greg, they make it look easy, dude. I assure you, what you just saw and what you're seeing right now is not easy to do. It's really, really difficult.
Shannon!
We got the call for Shannon. Last
Copy, Shannon.
Abort contingent in the ascent window.
And that call out for Shannon, indicative of Shannon, Ireland, the very last abort zone in the second stage.
I just said that. We got a good shot. Little weeble wobbles coming from the nozzle.
Merlin engine
That's
is
normal.
about to shut down. You just saw it there on your screen.
So, staging
Dragon
27.
SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Yes! Good call. Nominal orbit insertion from the guidance.
Hearing good call-outs following second stage cutoff. The crew is in a nominal or as expected orbit.
LES
That
has
is
been locked out.
That is great news. That launch escape system. And we are getting our first view of Crew 8 inside Endeavour, 3 of them in space for the very first time. So again, we'll continue to coast for these few minutes after that second stage just shut down. This helps to allow rates and motion to settle out. There are actually small reaction thrusters on the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion. Basically making sure that we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon. We expect that separation here to occur at about the 12-minute mark into the flight. So again, we did hear that the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit. This is the crew in microgravity, 3 of them for the very first time. All good call-outs.
Never, Jax. Ever. I told you, second stage guys do work. Pretty cool people. Pretty cool. I love space. This is awesome. Right? Isn't this cool? This is cool. Yeah, all right. Just in case. Like I don't want to completely mute it in case they say something.
Right now, the second stage is performing.
I just want to point out, you are watching some bonehead commentate on a live view from inside a spacecraft orbiting Earth right to whatever you're watching this on. Okay? The next time anybody tells me, oh, 2024, no, this part's cool. I like this part. I want more of this. Can we do more of this, please? Let's do more of this. This is cool. We should do more of this. Do that. Do that right there. I want that. Can we have more of this, please? 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 Isn't that sick? This is so cool. We're watching a spacecraft fly around in space. It's being streamed to us. This is awesome. This part of the future is great.
Separation to occur here in just about 30 seconds from
thanks
now.
For the raid, man.
Of course, the view you have right now on your screen. Oh, actually, now that our view has transitioned, you're getting a great view of Dragon's heat shield. This camera is on top of stage 2 and looking up into Dragon's trunk.
Space. Nah, the boots are fine, TLS.
So if you're just joining us this evening, we had a successful launch of Crew 8. They're on their way to the International Space Station. The first stage has already returned to Earth and landed successfully, and the second stage has shut down, and we're awaiting separation, and you see it on your screen right there.
Yeah, baby.
Dragon and Endeavour now flying free.
Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer.
Go ahead.
Welcome to orbit. It truly is our greatest honor for you to trust us to launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars. We hope you enjoyed the ride, and thank you for flying on Falcon 9. Please send our regards to Crew 7, and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Look at that's a spacecraft shooting its thrusters. Look at that.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who worked together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And, of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Earth, just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. Just want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words.
Here, I'm gonna switch over to the X feed here for a second. I don't mean to cut off Jeanette here.
For everyone who got us to this point.
I want to see if I can see the numbers.
There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and Lou's out at SpaceX. Yeah, I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I also want to give a nod to Syracuse who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Hey, I'm flying my spacecraft here. Get the frick out of the way. Is that what she meant?
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My son, Сережа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс от Москвы. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА, ИСА, JAXA и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москвы, до встречи.
Спасибо, Alexander. Спасибо. It sounded like Counter-Strike.
Dragon, we copied all, and we see the vehicle chasing down the International Space Station on orbit. Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. With that, your go to raise visors. And I've got one final note. We have a tradition on board this spacecraft for its travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth. And I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Here we go. Best part.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. It's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world. Military families are a prime example, but many jobs, including our own, share this trait. The choice of the zero-G indicator was given to my daughters to represent the sacrifice that children everywhere make while their parents are serving away from home. We chose a stuffed family dog, and she is free-floating here today.
Respect. I would really like to see it, but also respect. That'd be nice if we. No, I mean the engine's cool. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
Matt, we copied all. Good words. I think we don't have video inside the capsule.
This is the forward hatch opening, guys.
Video of that stuffed dog.
What the dog doing?
No worries, Big.
It's an Elden meme, sir, but it checks out. What the dog doing?
So right now on your screen, you do have that initial video of nose cone deployment. And again, the nose cone is opening to expose those two sets of hooks that Dragon will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station.
Tech, I don't hate what's going on here, man. That's the spacecraft over there. This is a shot from looking up the
Of course,
stage.
loved hearing that crew's description of their zero-G indicator, and we're standing by for those views. Zero-G indicators really do become an important symbol of microgravity flight and the communities behind each mission. So for those of you following along, you'll know that our first zero-G passenger was Little Earth on demonstration mission 1. Here's Little Earth on board Dragon on that DM-1 flight, and later on board the ISS. Today, just 5 years later, we've reached 50 people flown to space. From 0G to 50 in just 5 years is pretty incredible. And of course, here in Hawthorne, I actually have the real Little Earth that went to space safely back on Earth with us here in Hawthorne.
My dad told
Little
me this
Earth
was
is
the
a
real
celebration of zero gravity indicators, an essential component of space missions that help mark the transition into 0G. From Yuri Gagarin's famous pencil to modern indicators like Little Earth and demonstration missions to Tremor the sequin dinosaur, zero gravity indicators have become a way for all of us to connect with and celebrate human spaceflight.
We have celestial buddies at home.
Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years. SpaceX has launched 9 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and 4 commercial astronaut missions. That's a total of 50 crew members to space since 2020. 34 on behalf of NASA and their partners, and 16 commercial astronauts, including the first all-civilian mission to space and the first all-private passenger mission to the International Space Station.
In addition to flying people, SpaceX also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. SpaceX and Dragon carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station, and transported over 300,000 pounds to and from the station since 2012. Researchers from around the world use the space station to address complex human health problems on Earth, studying disease formation, testing drugs and diagnostic tools, and examining the inner workings of the human body. At any one time, the station hosts hundreds of investigations spanning every major scientific discipline from physics to microbiology.
Scream, man, what do you want?
Every mission yields critical research and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies on the space station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will benefit life on Earth and be needed for future long-duration exploration missions.
Yes, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts, and we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
Excellent. No, Thunderbolt, not on crew missions. It's just the trunk. The trunk doesn't carry any cargo. Oh no, this little buddy. It's your celestial buddy.
Getting great views of Crew 8 on board their capsule there and standing by hoping we might get a shot. There is their 0G indicator.
Hey!
Loved hearing the crew's description of who chose this animal and why, and everything that it means to them, to their mission, and obviously the community standing behind each of these 4 astronauts.
Just want to remind everybody you're seeing a live shot inside of a spacecraft orbiting around
And
Earth.
in addition to that, we heard some great words from the crew expressing their thanks and excitement to be on orbit. Really great to see them successfully on their way to the International Space Station. We had a successful nose cone deploy as well as those Draco checkouts, everything continuing to go really smooth. So for now, we're going to end our coverage from here in Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours.
Ooh, fuel system.
So for now, we're going to hand it back over to Megan and Raja at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's launch coverage.
That was the fuel gauges for the thing. That's what all that is. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a spaceship.
3 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut now en route to the International Space Station. I'm Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Rajachari, and we got to see an incredible launch. What a clear night.
That was amazing.
Dragon SpaceX. Cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
And that's the question we were just talking about before we got back online was when are they going to actually start doffing their suits?
Copy to go 4.012 suit doffing.
Good
And so
copy
you heard the
from
calls
Maddie.
there. So first they wait for the nose cone to get open. They wait for the Dracos to be safed, which was the launch escape system. And then once they've verified the cabin atmosphere is good, that's when they can take off their suits. And as you heard them say, they're going to take the cameras external, is basically they're taking off their spacesuit. And it's pretty sweaty. You've been laying on the back for a while. But you could hear in all their voices the excitement. And like you said, what an amazing night down here at the Cape. It was super clear. You could
And
see.
Dragon cameras are exterior.
You could actually see the staging, and it was
Copy external.
amazing
There are,
view.
Dak, yep.
And I got to see the first stage come back, so it was a super clear night, and we got to see the second stage turn into just a very faint star all the way at Seco.
Yeah, and it's great to see some friends launch of yours. You're really close with Matt and Mike, I understand. And really, it's nice to see a launch because we really waited till T-minus 10 minutes to know whether or not we were going to go.
Yep, yeah, and it's it's always exciting when it comes to space flight, even more exciting when it comes to human space flight, and just great to see the team come up with a technical solution, look at all the data. As you heard, them keeping the crew informed, like we talked many times tonight. The core is the person and the Capcom that they are talking to, but there is literally hundreds of people talking on loops and making engineering decisions and trying to go back and look at analysis data. And so a great testament to the team tonight to pull all that data together, as they always do.
Yeah, and to make sure that they're safe at launch and also re-entry. So great to see the launch again. And once they get to the space station, they're going to have a hand in some incredible science investigations. And here's Jasmine Hopkins with more on that.
Thank you so much, Megan. That's right. We saw another beautiful, spectacular launch.
Zay, I think Isaacman will be the first one to fly on Dragon 2 times. Yeah. But anyway, pretty cool. Guys, I'll link up the coverage that I have here that I'm restreaming. I'll link it up if you guys want to keep watching, but that's where I'm going to call it. That was fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching it with me. It's an honor and a privilege to share it with you. And it makes me really, really happy. I don't know if you could tell. Like I'm kind of into this stuff. It's pretty cool, right? Like, so thank you very much. I do appreciate you coming here and appreciate the support over all these years. I've been doing this for a while, and it doesn't get old. I told you, it doesn't get old. It's still cool. It's never not gonna be cool. Spacecraft maturity has the most reason to do with it, Salyut. But yeah, there's a bunch of other reasons. I actually gave a pretty good explanation of why it takes Dragon a little bit longer to get to the space station a little bit earlier in the stream if you want to pop back. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. That bit in the tip train and all the subs and tips, I do appreciate it so much. Really, I love sharing this stuff. I love sharing it with you guys. It makes me very happy. Like
Discovery,
I don't know if you could tell, right? Old Joker, keep trying to get on what I can. Just try to show the support of the education. Hey, all right, Joker, there you go. All right. So, let's see. Who's out and about? Let's see. I don't know. As always, thanks for the coverage. Well, my pleasure. But once again, you can keep going with the coverage over here. I'll link it. I linked it up already. I'll link it up again. Yeah, its contributions are made possible from viewers like you. I think we should raid NASA. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should raid Let's raid NASA. Let's double their freaking view count. That would be hilarious. Actually, we're not doubling their view count, but they have way more viewers than me. Let's raid NASA. Yo, let's raid them. That channel's over in follower mode, but we're gonna go raid them. Go say hi. Don't give us a bad name over there. I swear. Don't do that. Just go over there and say hi. Just EJ raid or hi or NASA you rock or something like that, please. Please, please. I don't want them to go, who the hell is this guy? Oh, not him again. I'm pretty sure they've done that before. Don't do that. I mean, it's nothing stopping you, but if I was in your shoes, I probably would, but don't get too rowdy over there, okay? They're gonna think we're all nuts. Go see what NASA's up to. They are continuing the coverage, so actually, yeah, just pop over there and see what they're doing. Thank you very much for watching. This is the actual NASA channel that we're rating, so pop over there and see what they're doing. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at noontime for our regular streams, and I'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This was fun. I love this. It's great. Never gets old. Take care, everybody. Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow.